Mr. Semenya.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioner. Today is the resumption of the hearings, and we have Mr. Makola giving evidence with leave from you, Chair. I beg to call Mr. Makola to the witness stand.
Okay.
That is it Makula or Makola?
Makula.
Please give us your full names.
My name is Tsepo Makula.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give us will be true, nothing else but true? And if you do, please do raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Makula.
Good morning, Chair.
Mr. Sidumedi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena. Mr. Makula, I'm actually indebted to Mr. Semenya. All along I've been calling you Mr. Makula and you've never corrected me, so thanks, Mr. Semenya, for introducing Mr. Makula to me properly. Mr. Makula, in front of you there will be a bundle of documents, right? Yeah, that one. I know you have made notes on your own one, but I think for ease of reference, it will be easier if you make use of the Commission's bundle, because I'm going to refer to page numbers. Okay. And I'm not sure if yours is paginated in accordance with the Commission's. But if I can just check with my colleague. Can I just check if?
Yes.
Thanks for the indulgence, Chair. So according to your, so there's a statement that appears on page 89 of the record. That's what I'll be using. So I'll be using page numbers or paragraph numbers interchangeably, but in the most part, I think I'll be relying on paragraph numbers just to help you navigate through the document. Now, just as a background, on paragraph 1, you are stating what your position is at the city. I note here it says Chief Operations Officer. Can you just explain to the chairperson what is your current position within the city?
Thank you, Chair. My current position is the acting city manager in the city of Johannesburg, and this started in December 2024.
December 2024 to date?
To date.
All right. Prior to you being appointed as the acting city manager, what was your substantive, or is your substantive position at the city?
My substantive position is that of the Chief Operations Officer in the city of Johannesburg, a position that I assumed in December 2023.
Okay. Before we get into the issues of the actual work profile, can you just take the Commission to your confidence and tell us what are your academic qualifications before we get into the work-related qualifications?
Okay. I have a BTech degree in fire technology. I also have a master's in business administration from the Milpark Business School. I have a certificate from University of Cape Town in disaster management and resilience, and a advanced diploma in business management from the University of Johannesburg.
Okay. So those are your academic qualifications. Now, bring it to home in terms of work experience, especially on local government issues. Can you just tell the commission, when did you join the city?
I joined the city of Johannesburg in 1998, November 1998. I joined the city of Johannesburg as a firefighter EMT. Prior to that, I started my training in the Benoni municipality as a firefighter EMT. I left Benoni post my training, and I joined Bethlehem Fire Department as a shift officer. I then joined the city post that to date. And throughout that process, I held different positions in the Emergency Management Services Department. I was then seconded to be the managing director at one of the state companies, which is Metro Bus.
Maybe before we get to the positions that you held in the entities, within the firefighting arena, if I can use that phrase, you can just, I know you said you joined the city as a firefighter.
Yes.
And from there, I'm assuming that will be at the EMS department.
That's correct. It's at the Emergency Management Services Department.
Yes.
Post my training in Benoni, and then did some in-service training in Bethlehem, and then officially joined the city as an employee in 1998, I think December. Obviously worked on the ground, responding to buildings and emergencies. I then promoted to a shift manager within EMS within the city. I think about 2000, 2002, I was a divisional commander within operations. Responsible for firefighting, basically for the entire operations, the planning, execution, and budgeting.
Okay. So that is within the EMS department.
That's correct.
And then, how then do you move from being a firefighter or divisional officer? Then you said you were holding acting positions within various entities. Can you just shed some light on that?
Yeah, so I then was recruited by the provincial government at Cocta, responsible for fire brigade services and disaster management at province, which I joined as a deputy director. So when I left the city, I was the assistant director. I was the deputy director at province for about a year and 6 months. The city then recruited me back into the city of Johannesburg EMS, where I was recruited back as the director of operations. And then post that, at about 2011, the contract for my former chief ended. I was then appointed to act as the executive head or the fire chief for emergency services in 2011. From about May, the position was advertised and I was appointed in the executive position at emergency services in December 2011. To date, which is a position that I then left in 2023 when I became, or was appointed, when council appointed me as the chief operations officer.
Okay.
In between that, I was seconded to stabilize the Metro Bus company, which is a state-owned company that manages buses. And then once I completed that exercise, I was then seconded to also manage as the accounting officer for the Metro Trading Company, which is the city's ICT company, as the CEO, up until my appointment as the Chief Operations Officer.
Okay. So we can safely assume that within the city you have held quite senior positions that can qualify you to sit here and share with the commission your view, the city's views about dealing with the prevalence of bed buildings. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair. As I indicated at the time, I was appointed from 2011. It's when the new administration that started 2011, 2016, and a lot of policies and strategies was then developed in line with the city's growth and development strategy 2040. and that looked at a number of proactive ways to handle a number of issues, from the financial systems to reviving operations and how to improve service delivery, of course including what we are here for today, whether it's across bylaw or it's dealing with bad buildings as such. So I can say that strategically, one has been involved in the development of the growth and development strategy, but also in improving compliance and service delivery across both at the strategic, policy, and really at an operational level.
Okay, thank you. And that gives us a soft landing for paragraph 3. You are seeing in paragraph 3 of your statement that the purpose of the statement is to provide insight into the surrounding circumstances regarding the prevalence of bad buildings. You'll talk to the Commission about the challenges that are faced by the city in terms of providing affordable housing, as well as the challenges in paragraph 4 about the enforcement of bylaws, and as well, not only are you going to talk about those, but as well you intend advising us of the interventions that the city has embarked upon despite all those challenges. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So that's how you must understand the purpose of the statement.
That's correct.
All right. Now, we won't delve much into the background, save to highlight one or two issues that you are saying is important for the Commission to understand from a context point of view. In paragraph 6 of your statement, you indicated that there's a significant backlog on housing. Why do you deem it necessary to tell the Commission about this housing backlog?
I think it's important to highlight the housing backlog because it does have an impact on what we call inward migration into the cities from the rural areas, which contributes to people wanting to reside in the urban cities, of course for both economic purpose and social purposes. But you'd recall that from about 1994, we already had a backlog in terms of human settlements. But then we still have about a list of the housing backlog. You recall that an RDP program was introduced by government, which is implemented at local level. But of course, even to date, we are still struggling with providing formal housing to the list of people who have applied for RDP houses. So the importance of highlighting this backlog is that over and above the 1994 housing list of backlog, you then have a new phenomenon that talks about people who are migrating from rural areas into the urban space. And what they come here for, of course, is economic reasons, to get jobs. But the first thing they do require is to find a sustainable human settlement. And of course, as a result, they then contribute to what we now call bad buildings or problem properties, because the first thing they require is a stable home where they can reside. And if they do not find that, and they find spaces that are occupied, whether legal or illegal, of course, they contribute. So this adds onto the backlog that you already have. As an example, the 1994 housing list, that still remains a challenge. And of course, through the interventions at national in terms of mega projects that are on the table, still does not address that backlog. So I thought it's important to really just highlight that part, because it also contributes to what you find now in the urban space.
Okay. And then in paragraph 8, you seem to be making a concession that as well, even above that, the lack of affordable housing also give rise to what we see as a prevalence of bad buildings in the city.
That's correct. So it's a contribution to the bad buildings challenge that the city finds itself in at the moment. And if I may say, Chair, that it's not something that's only happening in the city of Johannesburg. I think if you look at all the metros in the country are actually struggling in relation to bad buildings and how they are illegally occupied.
Okay. So to an extent that there was testimony by various experts that were called by Siri, that one of the challenges is that we do not have affordable housing. So you form common cause with those experts insofar as that aspect is concerned.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Now, we move along. On paragraph 12 now, so as to set the scene to what you are talking about, you are saying that all these issues you are speaking about, we highlight 3 aspects in paragraph 12, which is 12.1 and 12.2. We'll take them one by one. That these are some of the challenges that have been impeding or efforts that the city has been trying to embark upon. Can you just explain your paragraph 12.1? You're saying that legal impediments to the city's authority to enforce the bylaw. I know you're going to still deal with that aspect later on, but just at a high level, what is it that you are telling us there?
So, Chair, here, what, what we are basically referring to, so you'd recall that as the head of emergency services, we had fire bylaws that we have been enforcing as promulgated by Council. And as part of the inspections that we'll conduct on these buildings, we will then come to a resolution that some of these buildings should not be, are not properly, adequately comply with the bylaw and therefore should be closed down and the occupants evicted from the buildings. And we would then proceed in that way with legal to do the evictions. And over a period of time, we then had a legal challenge. And if I recall, we had there's a specific case, I think it's a Blue Moon case, where the city was Blue Moonlight. Yes, thank you, Chair. So Blue Moonlight case became a very significant case because it then stopped the city from continuing with evicting occupants without finding alternative accommodation. And I think in the past, of course, which had its own challenges, we would move into the building, do the inspection, and then evict the occupants. Of course, the judgment was very clear that, yes, you have the right to evict, however, you do not have the right not to arrange alternative accommodation for the people who are in that building. And I think that sort of contributed to, well, it contributed to the city going back to the drawing board to look at how we then deal with evictions moving forward. Of course, the challenge that it brings is that the city will then have to add additional financial resource to then find alternative accommodation for the occupants of the building during the period where they would have been evicted. That comes with a lot of its own challenges in that when you do the assessment, you have to ensure that those that are working, we move them into the social housing, and those that are unemployed, of course, would then have to find areas where they could reside. But the challenge is it would have been temporary accommodation, and of course, how long do you then determine temporary accommodation? And I think this then obviously requires that we review the plan and the strategy that we had followed at that time. And I think later on we will then talk to what is the new approach in terms of focusing on how do we deal with the current challenges holistically.
I think that you've already touched on 12.2, so you won't go there. But before you go to 12.3, for the avoidance of doubt, you don't take any issue with the court direction that was
not at all. Not at all. I think, if anything, it really forced us as officials to revisit how we dealt with bad buildings in the past in terms of whether we are using the EMS fire bylaw, whether we are using the building control bylaws, or even the problem property bylaw, which was introduced later to try and manage the bad buildings. None at all. I think it really just pushed us into a space where we needed to look at the issue holistically, in line with the backlogs that we already have.
All right. Now, in paragraph 12.3, you make reference to the moral hazard of prioritizing the provision of housing to people who have illegally occupied, abandoned, or derelict buildings. On the face of it, the statement looks a bit controversial. Can you just explain to the Chair and Commissioner Bena what do you mean by that paragraph?
Chair, what we are really trying to emphasize here and agreeing that the statement may be a bit controversial in the sense that You recall earlier on we spoke about the 1994 housing backlog. And this I can demonstrate, Chair, with a typical example what actually happened last year, December, when we implemented the strategy and we ran an operation. We had identified a number of properties that we would go to operations. One of them is Moth Building, and I think about the 12th, 13th of December. We then went with the operations with the joint team. We did the assessments of the occupants of the Moth Building. Few of them could afford to pay. And we then identified social housing in Flare-Off, where we could allocate the occupants, those that could afford, that could pay, because the assessment had told us that about 90% of them could pay. We then proceeded to raid the building with the intention that we will evacuate. We successfully evacuated. We brought all the resources. We moved the occupants to Flare-Off because we had social housing that was affordable. We moved the colleagues. While we were busy with that operation.
Just to, for context, people, so Moth is in the CBD of Johannesburg?
Moth is in the CBD of Johannesburg. It's one of those problem properties that we've identified as critical to address.
Yes. And where is Flare-Off?
Flare-Off is in region D, where it's closer to Soweto.
Okay.
And so one of the, and I guess when we get to that part, we'll really explain the thinking around the coordinated strategy. But
correct.
What I was trying to demonstrate here, Chair, is that once we moved the occupants to Flare-Off, where we have social housing that is managed by our Johannesburg Social Housing Company, at around about 3 o'clock, we received information that the people in Soweto are going to protest, that the people who've now moved into Flare-Off are immigrants who are illegal, which was not true. And we then had a bit of an uprising for about a week or so, where citizens of Soweto were saying, but they also needed to be allocated in the social housing. So if you bring it back to item 12.3, in the main, Chair, what we are saying is that it will appear that some people may believe that if we prioritize people in the inner city who are in the bad buildings, we are then neglecting the housing backlog of 1994. And that's, I think, the moral hazard that we really wanted to express. Of course, at the time, it was something that we had discussed, but I think December last year became evident that, in fact, indeed, that conundrum that we were discussing as officials would come through. And as a result, we had to go back to the drawing board and revisit how we deal with the backlog, but also how we deal with bad buildings as part of the operations.
Okay, we'll come to that later on and under paragraph 19. Now, with this background, now in paragraph 14 to 24, you now say, tell the Commission about the bed building strategy. Now, I must say, since last year when we're doing part A, there's been so many policies and strategies, and you can label them the way you want to label them, but this commission has had about so many instruments that the city alleges it was involved in to combat bad buildings. In actual fact, one of the criticisms by, I think it's Dr. Zek, but I might be mistaken, but one of the experts is that there are so many policy positions and directives, and name them, but there seem not to be any action or implementation by the city of all these many, many, many things. So can you just allay that concern when you deal with this paragraph dealing with bad building strategy? What are you talking about? Is that are you adding another layer of a policy instrument or initiative? What is the issue about bad building strategy, and how does it differ from all the many other initiatives that this commission has been burdened with?
Yeah, so, Chair, the bad buildings in the main is you'd recall earlier I did indicate that the city has been enforcing bylaws in the different areas. For an example, fire bylaws, building control bylaws, and recently the bad property or bad buildings bylaw, which was obviously brought into play to specifically focus on bad buildings. And of course, with JMPD as well, enforcing whether it's traffic bylaws, including trading bylaws that they've been implementing. I think what we were trying to, or what we are doing with the bad building strategy was to, one, improve coordination across the different departments and entities, with the priority on ensuring that, one, where JOSCO and human settlements are seized with finding alternative accommodation or temporary accommodation for occupants of these bad buildings. Two is that we also wanted the bad building to be more proactive as opposed to reactive, because in the past we will enforce the bylaws based on a number of complaints that would have received, as opposed to proactively going to inspect the buildings, which the inspections were happening, but it was not coordinated in a way that we can get maximum output from the city's resource across the three different sectors. So what we essentially did, Chair, since I took over office as the Chief Operations Officer, I then began to coordinate, as part of my job description, of course, is to coordinate operations across the different departments and entities. We then ran a series of workshops with internal departments and entities to say, how do we proactively identify these bad buildings? And once we identify them, what do we need to be doing? So as an example, we then created a value chain, and that value chain starts with our EMS conducting the assessment or the inspection and providing that report to the committee that would have been established in my office. And there's a special project unit that we established. In fact, we established this around 2016 to focus on the bad buildings. That will then give us the indication that we have a bad building. We'll then go and obviously look at, from a revenue perspective, whether we've issued invoices to this property, and when last did this property pay its invoices, so that we can then identify proactively that this is a bad building. Then pending that, we will then arrange a operation for us to go. But in the operation, we were very clear that we would require Home Affairs to be part and parcel of the value chain. We went to an extent where we also engaged with embassies and consulates to look at, particularly because when we did the assessment, we found that majority of the occupants in the bad building, particularly in the inner city, is from Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and of course there's a few from Mozambique, but in the main, those were the ones that we've identified, particularly in the three buildings that we've identified.
Let's just pause there before we go to the three buildings, Mr. Makola. So that I'll be pedantic, because I think I've spent enough time with the commission to understand that talk is cheap. You know, witnesses, they talk, they say there are all these many things, but at the end, the commission wants tangible things. So I'm going to take you back. You said you took over as a city manager in December. You were the COO a year before then. Now you mentioned workshops. What workshop? When were these workshops? We want to understand when were these workshops, who was attending the workshops, and what is it that these workshops were aimed to achieve, with specific reference to the subject that you are dealing with at this commission.
So, Chair, I took over office as the Chief Operations Officer in December 2023. One of the first tasks amongst many that the accounting officer at the time allocated to me was to look at how we could coordinate and make the bad buildings more effective and efficient, or approach to bad buildings more efficient and effective. And having been that long in the city, I, of course, understood the different role players that are involved internally. So we looked at group forensic investigation, group legal, human settlements, group legal, human settlement, Johannesburg Property Company, as the key internal stakeholders that we needed to bring in group finance as well from a revenue perspective, which we then brought into one office. We had our first workshop. I then outlined what is it that we must achieve, what is the problem statement that we are trying to resolve. And what we are trying to resolve is that we need to create sustainable human settlements in Region F in particular, which is the inner city, to ensure that, one, of course, we must understand people don't just come to the city for fun. They come here to improve themselves economically, to find jobs, and therefore the city must be able to create that environment and space for them to get the jobs in a much more orderly way. And that was the first workshop that we held internally. The second workshop, we also included external stakeholders such as the Johannesburg Property Owners Association. We brought in a private sector. We brought in ABSA. We brought in Standard Bank to look at holistically how we could bring in their expertise to help us deal with bad buildings. And I think in the last workshop, we also invited the Commission. We invited NGOs. I think we also invited Siri to the final workshop to also get input from all external stakeholders to shape the process that we are going to move forward in a much more coordinated and proactive way. So we started with that work, well, at least when everybody went on leave, because I started in December. So I then conceptualized the coordination. When everybody came back from January, we then started with a series of these workshops to look at how we could revive and look at a better way to improve the lives of the citizens, particularly in Region F and in relation to bad buildings in particular. So this looked at TEAs, how do we engage with the private sector to release certain buildings to the private sector for them to be redeveloped as affordable social housing, but also how do we use JOSCO as an entity that is given the responsibility to develop social housing in the inner city, and how do we better improve that and improve collections in the social housing so that we can contribute that again back into the fiscus of the social housing. So those continued until about towards the end, or about August or so, towards the end of the year 2024, and hence we came up then with a clear operation plan that we started implementing in December last year as part of the first operations that looked at the coordination, the proactive approach.
Okay. So you confirm then that the seals of those workshops had actionable items. It was not just one of those workshops where people talk and then nothing gets delivered. Because we'll be talking about some of the practical examples, but we confirm that indeed that workshop, its purpose was to come with tangible action plans.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, for the purpose of internal, we'll talk about external. Internally, on paragraph 17, you make reference to an assessment of value chains across departments. What are you talking about? And I'll give you context, because one of the fair criticisms that came out of the commission is that you seem to be operating in silos. I think if I can use the word from my colleague, is Christina, what is Christina? I've forgotten what no, you're all supposed to be acting in unison. Nobody must be acting in silos. So to what extent, in paragraph 17, are you addressing that concern, which I must admit is a valid concern, because every department seems to do things on their own without coordinating with their sister departments?
Yeah, Chair. So you'd recall earlier I did talk about the intention of the objective of the bad building strategy that is a byproduct of the workshops that I referred to. So one of the critical aspect was, of course, to be proactive, which means in the past, GFIS will only respond if there's a call or somebody complains that they're suspecting that the building is hijacked, and then GFIS will start, or Group Forensic will start with their investigation. But what we are saying to the team in the first part of the value chain was that you already have legal instruments that you can use now to identify whether the building is hijacked or whether it's a bad building in the form of 3 pieces of legislation or bylaws. We have the fire bylaw, where on a regular basis we do inspections on these buildings And that should give you a first indicator that the property is in distress of sorts. Secondly, you have the building regulations, which requires that the building officer must conduct an inspection of all the properties and give a report, which is also an instrument that is already available and passed. Then the third one, of course, is the revenue collection, because we are required, Chair, to issue bills to all the properties. And if you are able to analyze the properties, you'll realize that majority of them would have been hijacked. And if they're hijacked, it means the owner of the building is no longer paying their rates and taxes to the city of Johannesburg, including trading services, water, electricity, and waste. And that should also be a signal. Once that building, you've identified all of those three, then that needs to be handed over to group forensic investigation. But group forensic investigation, of course, is also now empowered. In the past, we didn't have the bad property bylaw, which was then passed in 2014. We now work with SAPS. We then also work with Home Affairs to then identify the occupants of the building in the process that GFIS is investigating. Parallel to that is that Human Settlement and JOSCO will also conduct social assessment in those buildings to determine what type of action and we need to take when we then go to the operation, as opposed to in the past, JOSCO will go on their own, GFIS will go on their own, and EMS will also proceed on their own. And that's a value chain that we then consolidated. So that's the first part. The second step was GFIS investigating. And once the investigation is done, it will then inform what type of action we take. But parallel to that, Human Settlements and JOSCO will then identify social housing properties that we could utilize to decant while we are trying to look for permanent or long-term affordable housing. Then the third part of the value chain will then refer to, if we identify this building that has been hijacked, we are unable to locate the owner, we will then look at what legal instruments do we then introduce to either expropriate the property or execute sale and execution from a revenue base, because we are able to use that as a tool to then try and get hold of the building. What is very clear here, Chair, is that if you go through all of these buildings, what is standard across is that the occupants of the building do pay, but they are not paying the rightful owner on the building. And what it means is that we then need to find the rightful owner of the building, because the occupants are always willing to pay, but they need to pay the right person, because what the impact it has is that whoever they are paying to will not pay the rates, does not service the building, does not pay rates and taxes, they connect illegally on electricity and water, and that creates a problem. But the last part of the value chain talks about, once we expropriate, we then need to take the building to its rightful owner to then restore law and order and ensure that people are able to pay. But in essence, what we are saying in that last part is, those properties where we don't have the owner, which is something that we already started, which is a fundamental change, was that we need to convert those buildings into social affordable housing. And we did test this project in about 2016, 2017. We released a number of buildings in the inner city to the market for them to redevelop them. But what is also key here, Chair, is that we should not only focus on affordable housing. We also need to create commercial spaces. We also need to, because there has to be economic activity that happens in the inner city. And I think that's what, in the main, the proactiveness of the bad building strategy and the value chain that we talk about.
Now, let us now practicalize what we've been talking about, because that sounds theoretical. On paragraph 19 of your statement, you indicated that there are certain buildings that you had identified as part now of giving effect to this new thinking or new way of doing things. You speak about Venin Court, Moth Building, Casamea. Now, if you can just take us through the process that you've got. I know earlier on you touched on Moth, but I want us to talk about Moth as an example of the practical steps that you took as part of this new way of doing things. What happened there with Moth? You don't have to describe. I think it is common cause that Moth is one of those. Bad is not an adequate phrase to explain it, I think, and it's, for the record, it's owned and managed by the city. So you can spare us the detail in terms of the bad state of the building. It's more of, I want to hear the action items and the process that you followed before you took action on Moth as part of implementing the bed building strategy.
So, Chair, in line with the bed building strategy and the value chain that we identified, so we used those 3 pieces of legislation to then identify, in fact, we prioritized 4 buildings: Venin Court, Moth, Casamia, and Florence. Florence is not in the statement, but it became a request from vets because that becomes part and parcel of the health precinct that we are currently working on to develop with vets as a strategic partner. And based on those 3 pieces of legislation, as the committee chaired by myself, we then identified Moth building as the first priority building that will then conduct a coordinated operations on. And I think on the 11th of December, Chair, we then proceeded. We started with the operation at about 5 a.m. in the morning with all the teams, as I've stated them there, JMPD, Joshko, Human Settlements, Home Affairs, and the different embassies that were there. We proceeded to of course, we met at the Metro Center to conduct an inspection and roll call to ensure that all the departments and entities are represented. For about 5:30, we left Metro Center in Braamfontein and we proceeded to Moth building in the inner city. We, of course, when we arrived, we then assembled JMPD to then start with enforcement officers, particularly in terms of the bylaw. JMPD went into the building to speak to the residents. And prior to that, Chair, of course, we had started during the assessment, we had sent Human Settlements, we had appointed a social facilitating law firm that went in to do the assessment, but we had also communicated with the owners of the properties that we will be moving them to flare off and we will bring all the necessary requirements in terms of trucks. We brought all the trucks that we have in the city, and we also brought additional human capacity from our urban inspectors and the augmented field services teams to assist occupants with moving their furniture, loading them onto the trucks, taking them to flare off, and then allocating them into those social housing units. We ran that operation until about 8, 9 p.m. Once we evacuated all the occupants, we then sealed off the building. We welded the building and
Let's take a step back. So let's close up the flea off aspect. What was the purpose of taking them to flea off? I mean, are you using the word dump? I mean, because are you taking people from Moth, now put them at for what purpose? What is that you're achieving by taking them to flea off?
So you would recall that earlier I indicated the significance of the court judgment that brought in a new aspect in relation to temporary accommodation. So as part and parcel of developing the strategy, and as when we were discussing as the administration and the political leadership was, is the approach to develop temporary accommodation sustainable as a strategy or as a plan? And post the deliberations, we then agreed that maybe trying to find temporary accommodation is not sustainable because the problem we are dealing with is human settlements. So rather, let's focus our energy on those that can afford and can pay. Let's move them into affordable social housing. But first, let's use the resource that we have, which is the developments that we've done. So Joshko in the main has done a lot of social housing developments. But of course, as I said, some of them is not in the inner city. Some of them is in the different regions. For instance, Region G, Region D, flare off, you have those developments. El Dorado Park, you have those developments that are already there. And that is why we then used flare off as a test case to say, let's remove those that we've assessed that can pay. Let's accommodate them there with the intention that we'll give them 6 months in flare off to assess their behavior in terms of payment of the affordable housing, rental, and if they are able to sustain the 6 months, we'll then allocate them permanently into those units while we then renovate the current Moth building. So if you look at Moth building, there is a precinct development that has been approved that Joshko is implementing. So we are in the process. We had to apply to Prague for the demolition of Moth and then incorporate it into that precinct development, because right next to Moth Building on the left is another building that we've seized and we have sealed, and there is no occupancy there. And you realize that next to Moth, PRASA is also doing a development and improvement of the railway, and that's part and parcel of the IGR process that we are working with province to then redevelop the inner city precinct by precinct. So we needed Moth, and that's why we had prioritized Moth. So as opposed to creating temporary accommodation, which ends up becoming temporary residential, we then decided that let's find social affordable housing where we can move the occupants of these back buildings. Of course, with the intention that you'd recall that the last value chain, or the last step in the value chain, was releasing some of these properties to the private sector, because we are aware that government alone cannot develop these social affordable housing. Where we have control and we've built new units, we will do that as the city, but we also need to bring in the private sector to help us. And I think we are moving aggressively with releasing those properties in big numbers so that they could be redeveloped. What we are working on now is clear timelines to the private sector. Once we release these properties, we've actually written to council for council to give the delegations to the accounting officer for the release of these buildings, because every time we release a property, we have to go to council. And as you know, council sits once a month, and we don't have control of what items get discussed at council at a single point.
Let's park that. We'll come back to the council and the private sector participation. Let's close off the discussion around Moth and Vliehof. You then made this intervention to decant Moth to Vliehof. We have told the commission that there was some backlash of some sort from the Soweto community or the neighboring community around Vliehof. What is now the status of that? The backlash and the fact that now...
So the impact of the backlash, which was highly publicized in the media, the residents of Soweto felt very betrayed. They felt that they were betrayed by the executive mayor at the time, and the mayor was not in the country during that period. So we took a decision that we will suspend, because in 2 days we were supposed to go to Venin Court, and the following week go to Casamia and then close off with Florence. So we took a decision to suspend the operations of the 11th and that of the 12th and the 13th, respectively, to try and then go back and look at what is the cause of the backlash. Of course, we speculate why we had the backlash, because all along those units were available and people did not want to move in there. It's only at the time when we started moving people. So what we then go back and looked at was that, colleagues, it means the issue that we raised about the housing backlog is really what created the problem where we are. So we need to revise and look at what do we do. Maybe we must prioritize dealing with the 101 backlog, which is, I think it's obviously more. And our approach there was, let's look at human settlements. What are the mega projects that we are busy with that could give us a bigger yield in terms of units that are available? So we look at, you have Flare-Off, we have Southern Farms, we have Tanganani. There's about a list, and I'm sure human settlements can talk to the mega projects that have bigger occupancy rate to help us reduce that. That was the one approach. The second approach was that let's then look at how do we fast-track the release of these properties, if it's still a property, and where we are going to demolish that parcel of land, release that to the private sector. You would recall that part of the workshops we conducted, it included the private sector, who obviously shown interest in getting into the property market. Around 2016, 2017, we did release some properties to the private sector. However, the challenge there was that the private sector was not interested in social affordable housing, because for them it didn't make business sense to then reinvest. Of course, a few were bought. If you look at the Maboneng precinct, it's part and parcel of the release to the private sector. But we obviously want to be specific in terms of making sure that we don't only just look at social affordable housing, but we do a mixed use as part of the spatial development framework or plan that is driven from development planning as well. The last part was that as part of the stakeholders and the private sector, J. Palmer, which is the Johannesburg Property Organization or Management Institution, they then came forward to say, look, we have a number of properties that we own that we do want to provide to the city to use as temporary accommodation. And I think we are exploring those options so that we don't want another backlash as we go back and do the operation. So that's where we are now in terms of the operation. Of course, we had to wait for the executive mayor to return so that he deals with the political aspect of the unrest while we then deal with the administrative aspect of implementation of the bed building strategy.
Yes. Whilst that is understandable in terms of the backlash and waiting for the mayor to navigate through this political conundrum, but what assurance can you give the commission that you are now not using this thing as an excuse not to act on the prevalence of bad buildings in Region F in particular?
Chair, what I can say is that, of course, that became a significant setback in relation to the bed building strategy and its implementation. However, we didn't just stop there and fold our arms, as it were. We then, from a service delivery approach, we then took a decision that maybe we should, as the executive, focus on the inner city. And what I mean is that maybe we should take all our resources that we have in all the, we have 7 regions, Chair, in the city, and maybe we should coordinate all of those for the whole month. We started, well, at least we started towards the end of, in the middle of Feb, and we dedicated the entire Feb and the end of March to take all the resources we have, whether it's JRA, JMPD, City Power, Joburg Water, and we go into Region F so that we have maximum impact, but also we are sustainable in the way that we go in and do our work. Because, Chair, I don't want to create the impression that we only work when there's a crisis in the city. So as part and parcel of our work on a daily basis, we do need to provide basic services to the citizens. But the decision we took was that while we are resolving the backlash in October, let's then take all our resources from about 7 in the morning until 1 o'clock. We bring all our resources into the inner city Region F. And I think as a result, Chair, if I can also just demonstrate, there is a building, 65 De Villiers, that we found to be non-compliant. And as a part of that not being compliant, we took a decision on the spot. There were occupants in the building. There was a nightclub that's been built in the back of that building. The escape routes were shut down. So we took a decision to evacuate all the occupants that were in that building. It was about 11 a.m. We removed them. We asked for a liquor license. It was not displayed. There was cooking that was happening in the building. And as I said, of course, there was alcohol. We took a decision to impound that. There was an illegal development of that structure without approval of building plans. And we took a decision on the spot while on the ground, of myself leading the team with the COO and the rest of the CEOs. We shut down the building. On Friday, we shut down the building. I think by Saturday, the owner of the building then took us to court or threatened to take us to court. We did say it's not the right thing to do, because if there was going to be a fire in that building, people were also obviously going to lose their building. If you look at the lack of non-compliance from the illegal connection on the electricity, which City Power was on the ground, we commenced with the disconnection, including the illegal water connection, which we closed. And at the end, we then decided to close off the building. We welded it and obviously shut the building. The owner of the building, of course, proceeded with court papers, which we respond. In fact, we engaged with them the entire weekend to say, we don't mind giving you your building, but your building is non-compliant, and you should not be operating until your building is compliant. We can hand over the building back to you, but you need to ensure that there's compliance before you can operate. Of course, we proceeded to court. The court felt that we need to hand over the building back to the owner. We did indicate to the court that we will do. However, they can't continue to trade illegally without non-compliance. We will only give them the building back for them to comply. In those discussions, Chair, the owner of the building did say that they have another 300 odds building in the inner city, and they would really like to work with the city to ensure compliance. And we've agreed to them that we don't generally want to affect your building and how you operate your business, but we want your building to actually comply. And that operation, of course, or that approach in terms of service delivery continues today, Chair. We are on the ground on the daily basis, and that's what we've resolved for the remainder of the term. And in fact, we did argue that, in fact, for the next 2 political terms, we need to ensure that we do the basics and get the basics to work and function, and that's pretty much our approach at the moment. Chair.
Okay. I was going to talk about that building, 65 De Villiers. Because on paragraph 24, you said you have sealed moth, all right? You have sealed moth, secured, and you're just awaiting the approvals from Department of Heritage Society, whatever they're called, right? Because the concern, one of the concerns that we had in the commission is that there's a failure by the city to secure these bad buildings. You evacuate, they get secured, only to find that in a matter of weeks or 2, they are reoccupied. And it will be remiss of us to ignore the media releases that, I think on Saturday and even on Friday, this very same building that you're talking about, the caption in the media is that that building that you allege was sealed and secured. We saw people demolishing that which you sealed, creating an impression that the city seals, but there's no follow-up action in terms of securing these buildings. What's your comment? Or do you want to clarify that state of affairs to the commission?
Yeah. So, Chair, as I indicated, that building we sealed on Friday. At the end of the operation by Friday, that building was sealed. There was no occupancy in the building. It's not a residential building, by the way. It's a commercial building with a lot of illegal act of that building, and requested that it needs to be removed. Following the court judgment on Monday, where the judge then ordered us to hand over the building back to the owners, we went back on site with the owners and we said to them, we are handing the building back over to you, but you still can operate until there's a level of compliance. So what you saw on the videos there is the employees of the owner of the property, where they were then simply removing the brick wall that we had constructed as the city. So the impression created in the media was that they were illegally occupying the building. They were simply complying with the court order, but we were there to ensure that you are not going to operate the building until such time that you comply. And as I said, important is not to interfere with the people's livelihood, but to ensure that that happens within the confines of the law and the bylaws that would have promulgated. So it's not correct what was circulating. Of course, you don't generally want to be responding to all media queries, because otherwise you spend your whole day and not doing the work you are hired for, but simply responding to social media and all of those. And at times you know how misinformation can really be passed much quicker in social media as opposed to what is really happening. So what you saw there in the main was the owner of the building opening up and removing the brick wall that we had built in the entrance of the structure, and for them to then bring in workers to then comply. I can indicate to date that I think earlier you referred to Moth building. That building remains sealed. We did build a fence around it. We did look at the option whether can we incorporate that building as it is as part of the redevelopment. And of course, the designers and the developers said it's not possible. We do need to demolish Moth building and then incorporate it as part of that precinct approach development by Joshko as the social housing company.
Thanks, Mr. Makola. Chair, I'm thinking maybe this is the most appropriate time to take a tea adjournment.
What time is it?
It is 10:15, 11:15, Chair.
We'll reconvene at 11:30.
with bad buildings is but one aspect of the city's approach. But what you actually need is a much broader rejuvenation of the inner city, where you also make sure that commercially the inner city is viable. In fact, let me go back and say, if you look at all major cities in the country, there's economic activity in the inner city, which is the center or the core of the city, and then there's bigger activity. But if you look at the city of Johannesburg and if I dare say Ekurhuleni and Tshwane, you'd find that economic activity happens in the periphery. As an example, when you start going to Rosebank into Sandton, that's where you find a lot of business activity. And that, of course, contributes to the bad buildings. So parallel to the bad buildings, dealing with the bad buildings, we also looked at the rejuvenation of the inner city to make sure that, of course, you have business that thrives, to make sure that people can also reside there, work, play, and live in the inner city, to make sure that the core of the city also functions economically, because that then has a lot of spin-offs. So the inner city rejuvenation is a partnership between national and provincial government to ensure that we are able to rejuvenate the inner city, make sure there's commercial activity, there's residential activity to ensure that at least there's affordable social housing as well that can be created by both the private sector and the state. So the inner city is more of a collaboration and intergovernmental relations between the three levels of spheres of government plus the private sector, as we had indicated as part of our workshops that we worked on.
Okay, like I said earlier on, we have heard so many things from the city officials in terms of the plans and concepts, and there's been a rightful criticism that you got all these plans with nothing on the ground. So I want us to bring home this inner city rejuvenation in practical cases. In paragraph 42, you speak of the role that the development planning is playing in terms of revitalizing the city. What is it that they are doing on the ground, 8 to 5? No, we accept that there might be documents and policy documents produced by consultants that speak a lot of English, but our concern is what is it that the city is doing towards the realization of all these policy instruments. Paragraph 42, let's start with paragraph 42.
So if you look at paragraph 42 and what the Development Planning Department is actually doing with the help of the World Bank is to improve the ease of doing business for the private sector. So you would appreciate, Chair, that any development in the city has to be approved by development planning. But before development planning approves that development, it has to go through the different departments and entities to make inputs into the development. For an example, bulk infrastructure that is required from Johannesburg Water for water and city power. And then, of course, part of the development is we need to ensure there's a park. So City Parks and Zoo has to come in, contribute to the plan, and make submissions. And then, of course, from the environment and infrastructure services, there also needs to be a comment in terms of, does this affect the environment? And if it does, if it's a wetland, what do we do to protect the wetland? And what should the developer do? So it will take about 30 to 60 days for that development to be approved. When we started working with the World Bank, we wanted to reduce that development, because remember, we are talking about the rejuvenation, is to reduce that from 60 days to 30 days, and of course bring it down to about 15 days for the plan to be approved. And that requires that we needed to digitize that process. I can report, Chair, that at this point, the process of submitting plans is no longer done manually. It's actually done digitally because of that program that we've engaged with the World Bank. It takes us about 15 to 16 days. The importance of that, Chair, is that, of course, it fast-tracks the development in terms of whether, if you look at, as an example, in the inner city, the Maboneng precinct is one that example. If you go to the banking city, where you have FNB in that space, that development happened because of how we then fast-tracked the planning and approval process, which is now, of course, fully digitized, and developers are now able to submit their plans. I think earlier on I spoke about the mega projects that we are doing. There, the city's contribution is based on the bulk infrastructure that we put on the ground. There again, we work with the World Bank, we work with DBSA to ensure that the infrastructure is put in before the development is done. Of course, in line with the corridors of freedom, which is an approach that the city took from 2011 in terms of redeveloping the city, but the inner city to be specific.
And how does that impact or affect the prevalence of bad buildings within Region F in particular? I do accept that it's a citywide approach,
Yes.
but for the purpose of this commission, how does that help this commission in addressing or tackling the issue of prevalence of bad buildings in the inner city?
Chair, you recall that earlier we spoke about the expropriation of those properties that are owned by the private sector and those that are owned by the city, which we are releasing to the market. And this has helped us because we've released a number of properties to the market for them to be redeveloped. Because you recall, Chair, we were saying the challenge with the bad buildings is not that people are not paying, is that they are paying to the wrong owner or the unlawful owner of the property. And if we restore that and we take the property back to the owner, whether it's the government, whether it's local government, province or national, restore that back. So it helps us reduce the number of these bad buildings in the inner city particularly. And that's why we are focusing in the inner city as a model, which we then want to also take to either Florida, Randburg and Midrand as an approach that obviously works in the city. So that doesn't go without its own challenges. It does have its own problems here and there, which requires us to go back and review the implementation model. But I think the approach is to then rejuvenate. There has been, I think the Premier has announced now that in consultation with Transnet and PASA, they will be occupying the Ponte for office blocks, but also use the small street again. The Transnet will be occupying that building to try and rejuvenate the inner city. And I think that really helps in terms of reducing the number of bad buildings that are going to be taken over.
Okay. In paragraph 43, taking leave from what you spoke about in terms of the role of planning, you speak of a database of bad buildings. What is that all about? That is contained in your last sentence of paragraph 43.
So the database here we talk about is, of course, you recall in the value chain that we redeveloped. These are properties that we have identified that do not meet, don't comply with the three parts of the bylaw, which is the building control bylaw, the fire bylaw, plus the revenue or the debtors strategy that's from group finance that doesn't comply. And that then makes form part of it. Both those properties are properties that are owned by the city and properties that are privately owned. And we then list them there. So this then helps us to plan the operations that I indicated to earlier, to prioritize which of those properties do we go to first and what interventions do we put in place in terms of temporary accommodation or social affordable housing projects or facilities that we have owned by the city or the private sector. As Jay Palmer has indicated that they have facilities that they may make available to the city for these operations. So it's really a tool that helps us plan our operation so that we want to maximize the limited resource that we have by obviously focusing in the inner city and then having a clear plan on which buildings we go to next.
Okay. Before we close up on the issue, before we get to the role of other spheres of government, I see on paragraph 44 and 46, so sorry, 44 and 45, you speak about the World Bank again, because every time when I hear World Bank, I just hear concepts. So practical, when is it that you're expecting a final product out of the World Bank? Because I see you said you had a meeting with them in November 2024. What is the plan there? Where are we?
So, Chair, you would recall earlier we spoke about when we went to Moth. We went to Moth specifically because there's already a precinct development plan that's approved. And we couldn't implement because Moth was right in the middle of that precinct in terms of the 5 buildings that we've identified in that specific precinct. Parallel to that, as I said, PRASA is also doing a redevelopment in the same area, so we had to deal with Moth as an example. So the World Bankers, of course, the spatial development plan and the precinct plan for that precinct is already approved. Joshua has got it approved through its board. It's a matter of implementation. But of course, as I say, we couldn't implement that development simply because we needed to deal with the Moth building and then do the development.
Okay. Now, much has been said in the commission about iChip. I know Mr. Ngwani, when he testifies in due course, he will elaborate further about iChip and its status. What is the relevance of mentioning iChip in this context as part of your inner city rejuvenation?
Yeah, look, Chair, I put iChip in the statement because iChip, when it was formulated, it focused mainly on how to deal with bad buildings or human settlements in the inner city. And its focus was on make sure that you build social housing, make sure you build affordable housing, whether as the state or in partnership with the private sector. And that's really what iChip was about. So it's not a program that we've sort of left out, because if you look at the bed building strategy and that value chain, it still emphasizes on make sure there's social affordable housing through the JOSCO, because that's what we own, but also ensure that the private sector, when you put out the conditions to the market, it must be that, one, there must be affordable housing within the same precinct, within the inner city, but make sure that those that can afford throughout a particular limit, we then accommodate them in the social housing space. So it becomes part and parcel of the enhanced bed building strategy that focuses on not just human settlement, but also the entire rejuvenation of the inner city, but in the main, make sure that you have mixed use or a mixed development in the inner city in order that people can live, work, and play in the inner city and still enjoy or achieve their goals, which is deal with unemployment, make sure they're economically active, and socially they are accommodated. As an example, before we approve a development, Johannesburg City Parks must contribute. There must be a park. Community development must ensure there are social facilities that children can use in the inner city, and not as you have it now in the periphery of the city, whether you are looking at Dunkel, Sandton, and all of those places. The same must be afforded in the inner city. As an example, Chair, if you look at the Liliengoi, which is Bree Street now, we took a decision in the redevelopment that it used to be 4 lanes. We need to reduce it to 2 lanes and 1 way so that we can accommodate social living and social livability within that space as part of redevelopment. But that does not come because we are responding to a crisis. It comes because as part of the growth and development strategy, we've agreed that as part of the corridors of freedom, people must live and reside in the inner city and have all the social amenities that are required. It may be that in the implementation, you have 1 or 2 impediments that then requires you to go back to the dashboard to correct from time to time.
Okay. On the face of it, CWP would look irrelevant to what we are dealing with here, the inner city challenges. Why they need to tell the Commission about CWP and the role that Gauteng played in providing those resources?
Chair, I think here we were really demonstrating the cooperation and support that comes from both national and provincial government. This specifically was looking at, because one of the challenges raised was the cleanliness of the inner city in particular, where we look at how we deal with waste management, waste diversion, but also making sure that the inner city is clean. And this is the capacity that through IGR, we then request additionally from provincial government, including if you go to paragraph 48, where additional law enforcement officers will be deployed by community development to the city to then enforce the bylaws. So we thought it's important to demonstrate that we are not only looking at the bad building as an approach, but we're looking at a holistic approach in relation to revitalizing the inner city and making it, again, the core of the city.
Now, if one has to read your paragraph 47 and your paragraph 48, one would assume that everything is hunky-dory in the city. Where are these things? Are these things only appearing on your statement, or is it our lived reality? The fact that there's a CWP that has been deployed and the provision of those traffic wardens.
So, Chair, again, I think it's important to emphasize the fact that this is work that we do on a daily basis. But of course, from time to time, you need to revise the deployment plan and the deployment strategy, because you do want to have maximum impact, but you want that impact to be sustainable. And in order for it to be sustainable, you then have to revise your deployment strategy from time to time. So these resources are on the ground on the daily basis. But I think the reason why you may not have seen the impact was that we would move the limited resource in the different regions. And as I stated earlier, we then took a decision that maybe let's focus in one region for a particular month, and we'll come back, go to the other region. We've identified 3 regions that are problematic: Region F, Region G, and Region D. And then we'll come back again into the inner city, but we would have touched all the regions and made the maximum impact that we require. So this is not just in theory. It's work that's already happening on the ground. As an example, if you go to paragraph number 50, for the last 2 years, City Power has been doing work for the provincial government in terms of alternative energy, the solar system, solar panels that we have put together in the informal settlements to try and reduce pressure on our bulk purchases that we buy from ESCO. So I suppose the reason why the impact is not seen at this point is that, of course, we are taking the limited resource and try to spread it across the 7 regions, and that doesn't give you the maximum impact that you want. And of course, we had to go back and revise how do we show we have maximum impact. But key is you need to sustain the programs and the project and the achievements that you get. And the only way is to really sustainably go back into those regions with all the resource that you have without necessarily stifling the other regions.
Okay. That takes us back to paragraph 25 onwards. Law enforcement. Sorry, Chair, that's paragraph that I skipped, paragraph 25 onwards, Chair, law enforcement. Mr. Makola, I need to give context. One of the many challenges that came out, especially when we're dealing with part A of the Commission's work, there was a golden thread that was going through that our bylaw enforcement is an Achilles heel in terms of seeing the fruits of what the city is doing on preventing what happened in Usindiso, and as well the prevalence of the bad buildings. And this applies both to the privately owned buildings and those, unfortunately, that were owned by the city itself, that they are not complying with our bylaws. Now, it then begs the question that with all the many bylaws that are in place to prevent what this commission is all about, what is it that the city is doing to ensure that at least there is bylaw enforcement? What is the challenge there? If you can just take the commission to your confidence in terms of the inefficiencies, if I can say, of enforcing our bylaws.
So, again, here I think it's important to emphasize the fact that it's not that the city has not been enforcing its own bylaws. The city has been enforcing bylaws, albeit that it was done independently and the coordination was not to the level or the standard that is required. You'd recall earlier I spoke about the development of the growth and development strategy, which is a long-term strategy for the city of Johannesburg, 2040, which is a long-term strategy of the city. So what we concluded at the end of, in relation to bylaw, at the end of that strategy is that you will find a program called Joburg 10+. And what Johannesburg 10+ talks about is that we accept that there are certain bylaws that are enforced by Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department, which from a technical base only relate to, we talk about trading in scrap metals, we talk about traders as an example. And then we also, you'd recall that I spoke about the bylaws that relate to building control as a legislated in terms of building control. We also have the Fire Brigade Services Act that gives the authority to the fire chief to develop fire bylaws and enforce those bylaws. And then around 2014, we also talk about the problem property bylaw, which then gives the responsibility to our group forensic investigation to be able to interfere there. So what we are basically saying with, because the bylaw require that you must be trained as a peace officer in order for you to enforce a bylaw. Remember earlier on, I did say I spent a lot of space in the fire services, so we train our inspectors as peace officers so that they can enforce the bylaw. But when you enforce any bylaw, you require the presence of JMPD. One, of course, from a safety perspective. Two, to ensure that we are able to enforce the bylaw and that the citation is written adequately. And what Joburg 10+ was then doing was to coordinate the work of the enforcement of the bylaws, right from JMPD, building control, EMS, environmental health, all at one. And I think if you look at the work that we did in the operation, plus the work that we conducted when I made the example about 65 de Villiers, you'd see that we had all of those officers on the ground at the same time, all of them enforcing that bylaw across, which then gives you the maximum impact. So Joburg 10+ was really that approach to try and then coordinate that part. So if you move to the second part that makes the bylaw not to be effective is around the punitive aspect of the bylaws. As an example, as it is right now, you do have to issue about 3 citations before you could actually commit the owner of the property to prison. But obviously you have to go through the legislative process where you then have to enroll the matter on the court roll and follow that process. And we do think that that is a challenge. But what did we do to try and deal with that is all the citations that we've received, we'll take them through the municipal courts.
Maybe before then, let's tell us what is that animal called municipal? Where does it come from? I see in paragraph 27, you spoke of the establishment of municipal courts up to 27.4. Can you just explain to us what are municipal courts and why they need to have municipal courts?
Yeah, so what I was saying, Chair, is that so in the past, we would, every citation, of course, we must issue 3 citations to the owner. Firstly, we must give them a warning, give them a citation. If they don't comply, they will either choose to pay a fine. Once they pay the fine, we go back, we inspect, we find non-compliance, we issue another citation. On the 3rd citation, we will then put that together, and in the past, we'll take them to the magistrate courts for prosecution. But it's after you would have gone through the issuance of the citations. What we then experienced over a period of time was that the magistrate court would either throw some of those matters out, one, because either the citation, there's an error on the citation that needs to be corrected, or the court roll and the magistrate would be too long and they would find a reason to sort of to throw them out, which means we are then unable to sort of prosecute to get maximum input. So we then have to go back and start the process again, issue a new citation, and follow that process again. What we then developed during the growth and development strategy, we've agreed that maybe we need to develop municipal courts, and municipal courts to specifically deal with the enforcement of our bylaws so that we can have better maximum output in relation to that. Initially, we enrolled the municipal courts within JMPD, and we created that function within JMPD as a department. And we soon, of course, we then realized that leaving them in JMPD may create a conflict, because JMPD must enforce and they also can't do the prosecution part of it. We then took a decision administratively that we will move the municipal courts, because it's a function of a legal action, we'll then move them to the group head, to group legal, which is where the function now resides. Of course, we've appointed the human capital to deal with municipal courts, and that is our first intervention. But I think there's a last intervention that we've now currently asked the legal to review the punitive aspect of these bylaws, because without the punitive action of the bylaws, I think we are continuously going to have challenges to see the impact and the maximum output. And I think the Commission also made the suggestion that we do need to, as part of our engagement when we were doing the inspections, Chair, was that maybe we need to review the punitive parts, and we've asked legal to look at working with the NPA, who gave us the authority to then prosecute to the municipal courts, help us to improve the punitive part, because we do need the punitive part, Chair. And in closing, Chair, on this matter, I do think that there is a social compact that's required, because if you look at the dumping, for an example, we have a bylaw on illegal dumping, but it's the people who decide to dump. It's people who decide to throw their litter everywhere, and we then have to obviously be chasing. So there's some social compact that's really required to help. We can come with the punitive and the bylaw enforcement, but if we don't really talk to our citizens on the softer things, that may also not assist, Chair.
Okay. Again, Mr. Makola, apologies if I might sound like a skeptic. You speak of a GDS 2040, which was commissioned or approved many years ago, and you are saying to this commission that part of that GDS 2040 encompassed this 10 plus program, where all the bylaws are supposed to be, or the deployment of JMPD is supposed to be across all these functional areas: environmental laws, bad building, and, right? So that was approved. What year was it approved? 2040?
2013.
2013, right? Again, on the ground, we don't see the deployment of all these JMPD resources to give effect to what you term 10 plus program. In actual fact, last year, the commission had evidence from one of the city officials at JMPD that, look, we are only focused on a certain number of bylaws, not the broad spectrum of the bylaws. So how do we, in paragraph 27.6 there of your statement, can you just explain to the commission, how is it, or how was it, if it is there was, that despite these noble intentions, there is a disjuncture between what we have as policy instruments versus what pertains on the ground, at least before you took office as a city manager? We'll talk about what you have now done post you assuming your position.
So I think it's important to go back to when I started testifying, is that bylaws have been enforced in the city of Johannesburg. It's not that they have not enforced. Of course, there were challenges in terms of how we enforced the laws and what new approaches we needed to bring. Now, it's also important to define that the three bylaws that I specifically spoke about, and in particular the two, the fire bylaw and the building control bylaws, are very technical in nature. And therefore, it can't be expected that JMPD will then go and enforce. Remember what I said is the 10 plus is that every time you enforce that bylaw, you must have JMPD available. They must be on the ground with the building control officers, as an example, because those bylaws are very technical. As an example from my side, as the fire inspector at the time, even now, when we go and inspect the building, there are certain things that in the construction of the building that I look at. I look at whether the building is structurally sound. I look at whether the entrances are not blocked. I looked at whether there are fire systems and control in the building, which JMPD are not trained to do. So even if you were to take that bylaw and allocate it to JMPD, it will not have the maximum. And of course, when you get to court, that is why the court roll becomes longer or they get thrown out because the citation is not correct. So it's true that JMPD cannot enforce the technical bylaws, and hence the ward approach, which is what Joburg 10 Plus is about, is that in every ward you will have 10 JMPD officers, and if you look at the deployment, that's how it works. The plus is talking about the environmental health inspector, it's talking about the fire inspector, it's talking about the building control inspector, and that as a package is what you require for you to enforce the bylaw. But the intention is not for JMPD to go and enforce a building control bylaw because it's technical. And when you get to court, which we've done a lot of times, is you then first, you are asked, I think the questions you ask me, what qualifies you to talk about the statement or you have to go through that process. And if you are found not to be competent in that space, of course, it means your testimony is not based on the technical and your own experience, but it's based on generalization, and that's pretty much what you don't want. So you go through vigorous training, and academic training that you require in order for you to enforce certain bylaws. So it's correct that there are certain bylaws that JMPD will not enforce on their own. So Joburg 10 Plus says bring all of this together and understanding the process. And hence we went to the extent of let's establish municipal courts. We made a case to council. We require municipal courts for the bylaws to then to have maximum input. But of course, the next process, as I say, Chair, our work administrative is to look at, once we implement these programs, what is the impediment and how do we deal with the impediment? It may appear that it's more theory. So it's important, Chair, to have both balance in the theory and the practical application, because it's only in the practical application. Remember, theory talks about the ideal. And in the ideal, you take out what generally happens because you are working with human beings. And of course, from time to time, they will have their own views about what needs to happen. So you need to find a way to mix the academy and the operations to ensure that you get the objective that you require. So it will not happen where JMPD then enforces all the bylaws. There are those that are technical, that they are not trained in, they're not skilled in enforcing. And that obviously has also its problems in the prosecution side of the bylaw enforcement value chain, as it were.
Okay. So if I understand correctly then, to an extent that some of the bylaws are technical. Okay, if I try to recap or recall the evidence of Chief of Police, the agency was Setaku. In the main, was focusing on the illegal trading, of course, the traffic violations, and other ones that are not necessarily, for the lack of a better word, non-technical, right? That's what they are doing in their ordinary course. That's what they are enforcing.
That's correct.
Am I correctly understanding you?
That's correct.
Now you are now saying, over and above this call, for now, we are using the words loosely. If these are their core bylaws that they are enforcing on a daily basis, you are saying there are other technical bylaws which JMPD is required to assist other technical departments. Am I correctly understanding you?
That's correct. Yeah.
Now, that's the part that we are talking about in terms of 10 plus. Can you then tell the commission, despite what you are saying, not having heard you about what 10 plus is all about, practically, to your knowledge then, how and when was the last time that this 10 plus was implemented in the recent?
Chair, two aspects where we've implemented that is the operation we undertook in December 2024, and recently, about 2-3 weeks ago, which is the current approach now, the strategic approach in terms of focusing all our resources in Region F. So if you look at, currently, as we speak, we have officers on the ground across the different bylaw spaces. Over and above that, obviously, we have social development to work with the homeless people, try and understand. I think in the last 2 weeks, Chair, we've reconnected about 4 people who lived in the streets with their families. Some drove as far as Nelspruit in Mpumalanga to reconnect with their own family members and take them back to Mpumalanga. So, as I say, Chair, it's not that we are doing this work because there's a specific operation. It's what we do on a daily basis. But what you may question is, what is the impact? And in order for you to make impact, you do have to revise from time to time your deployment strategy, your deployment plans to get maximum output. And I think in the last 3 weeks, we've demonstrated that, and we've been on the ground almost on a daily basis, including weekends, to enforce bylaws, but also to ensure that we deliver the basic services that are required in a much more coordinated effort, but make sure the resource move into a single region in the moment. And of course, we'll do all the 7 regions, but it's a new approach. It's a much more concerted effort into a single region based on the limitations that we have, whether financial resource or the human capital that we have as the city.
Okay. Speaking of the limitations in the resources, because that's actually what we are about to deal with, because you do indicate in paragraph 27.6, halfway through that paragraph, that one of the impediments in seeing the full realization of the 10+ program is the lack of resources, especially at the senior managerial positions at GMPD. How has that been improved since the last time you drafted this statement, in terms of ensuring that key positions at GMPD at the senior level are filled?
Thanks, Chair. So what we did, I think luckily, is given the limited financial resource that we have, we also took a resolution that we will allocate about 100 million to my office to then allocate to different departments and entities. But this is, of course, based on the submissions and motivations that we'll receive. So all departments will come to me, they will make a submission. These are the number of positions I want to fill. They will then justify why are these positions important, and we then set a criteria. There's 2 criteria that we looked at. One is that it must be part of your core function. We will allocate you funding as part of your core function. 2 is that it must change the lives of the citizens on the other side. It means we provide water, electricity, deal with the roads, and deal with more boots on the ground. And then, of course, the 3rd one is on whether it improves our revenue, whether it improves our bottom line, because, of course, you'd know, Chair, municipalities require to generate their own revenue from the services that they provide, starting with the property, rates and taxes, water, electricity, waste, and, of course, the smallest part on development planning. So that's the criteria that we've set. So through that process, we then allocated, Chair, maybe let me go back a bit. I think priority was we didn't have a chief of police for a very long time. And if you understand the command and control environment which the police are in, if you don't have the head and you have someone acting for a longer period, it does not create the stability. So the process was, let's first deal with the appointment of the chief of police, which we were able to execute after a long time. We now have a permanent chief of police.
When was he or she appointed?
The chief of police was appointed, we started the process last year in December. We completed that in January. We took the report to council because council has to approve in Jan, and council approved. And from the 1st of Feb, we had the chief of police.
This year?
1st of February this year, we had the chief of police. But prior to that, we were already allocated. Initially, when they submitted, they required about 20 million to hire the next line of reporting, which is the directors, including senior inspectors and officers on the ground. Post their assessment, we then allocated them about 26 million, and they've started with the recruitment process to hire more JMPD officers, to hire more senior inspectors, because you do require supervisors to ensure that there's command and control. As you know, if you don't have supervisors on the ground, you are likely that your instructions will be executed on the ground. So as we speak today, Chair, the recruitment drive has actually commenced within JMPD. Of course, we didn't just do it for JMPD, but we highlight JMPD because they received the lion's share of the 100 million that was allocated to my office to then allocate across the different departments and entities.
Okay, in all that submission, that you then should they need to concede that the lack of adequate resources, in particular human resources at JMPD, would have impeded the successful implementation of your 10+ program?
It would have, Chair, but I must emphasize that even in the implementation of Joburg 10+, 2 years after that, we've allocated additional funding for 500 officers to be employed, and I think 2 years after that, we also gave them, because you must understand that in terms of policing, you do require boots on the ground. You require visibility to make the greatest impact, irrespective of the bylaw aspect that you must deal with, but you require boots on the ground, which is what we've then followed to ensure that you have more boots on the ground. The other aspect of it, which is more softer, Chair, is the issue around community education and empowerment. And to that effect, as part of the redevelopment of the city, we created specific units that deal with community education, in particular to educate our communities of the importance of the bylaw, the importance of the compliance with the bylaw. So if you go now into JMPD and EMS, you will find specific units that deal with community education, relations, and empowerment to ensure that you don't only just enforce, but you educate our citizens on the importance of the bylaws and what will happen if you do not comply with the bylaw, which is the enforcement aspect or enforcement arm of both those departments, public safety.
Again, I can hear my colleague Jason whispering in my ear because he's more on the ground in terms of the clientele that he's servicing, to say, at what point must Advocate Jason Prekil see the difference, all this English that you're talking about in terms of bylaw enforcement, at what point in his lifetime must he see the impact or the difference that all these initiatives around JMPD that you're talking about?
Well, Chair, I guess the impact is there, so it depends on which side of the fence you are from or you are coming from, because, as I say, the impact may not be that you have complete enforcement across the city, but I can certainly assure you that in my previous life as the head of EMS, in my performance scorecard, one of the indicators was around the education aspect, which is the public education, the number of programs that we are doing on a regular basis. Even in the fire stations, we went and we created different offices that deal with community engagement and the education. So the evidence is there. But as I say, you have other impediments in terms of bylaw enforcement, which relates to the punitive aspect of our bylaws, which is obviously a challenge, hence the establishment of the municipal courts and to get them more effective. And I think we have to continuously improve. The successes you are seeing are very limited and small in nature, so you need to make them, in order for you to see the bigger results, I think you need to be consistent. You need to go back to the same area and enforce the bylaw. As I say, I mean, I use the 65 de Villiers as an example now. That building is still not trading, but until there's compliance, we'll then allow them to trade. And we need to do the same approach in terms of all the other 11 wards that we have in Region F.
Okay. Now, speaking of timelines and impact on the ground, I take your point that you might not see the impact on the ground, but in terms of at least your part, in terms of resourcing JMPD, in paragraph 28.3, when do you intend, having seen the completion of this capacitation of the JMPD department?
So as early as the last 2 weeks, the recruitment process for MPO, which is the municipal police officers, was concluded. There is a report that the department is concluding for my sign-off, but we had given them the target of end of this financial year to complete the recruitment of all the senior officers in the different ranks. That will be the end of June. We want to start the new financial year in July, having closed the recruitment process and aspect of that. So this we monitor both at our Strategic Executive Management Committee and the Operational Management Committee, the right chair, which is represented by all the HODs and CEOs of the entities.
Okay. Now, you have been glossing over the issue of the punitive aspect of our bylaws. On the face of it, that might sound as if it's a non-issue. Can you just take the Commission to your confidence in terms of what do you mean when you, because these are the bylaws that you are drafting. So when the drafter cannot complain about the ineffectiveness of the punitive aspects of this bylaw, can you just explain what do you mean by that?
Well, Chair, so we are not saying we're complaining about the bylaws that we've drafted. What we are saying that through the implementation and the practical challenges we found on the ground, you recall earlier I spoke about these citations, because you have to issue a citation. Once you've written a citation, you must give it to either the owner of the property if they're on site, or you give it to the designated manager of the property. And I'm using property as an example.
Yeah.
You write the citation and you say, these are the areas where you are non-compliant, whether it's the fire safety bylaw or whether it's the actual building control. As an example, you've extended your house without a building plan. That's a violation of the bylaw. And we say to you, look, you need to now go back and submit a plan. And once your plan is approved, only then you can start construction. What we then did was we would either, if you already bought building materials, we'll remove the building materials from the site. And then we'll take the bylaw to the municipal court for prosecution. As I stated earlier, the magistrate courts initially would then deal with those citations. But we had a lot of challenges in that space that we did not anticipate, in the sense that the magistrate would either say, no, I can't prosecute this thing, either the citation is incorrect or the role is so full that I can't accommodate the municipal related bylaws. And those are challenges that, of course, in the drafting of the bylaws and in the earlier years of enforcing the bylaws were not such a challenge, because people would comply. They would either comply, stop operation and comply, or they would pay the fine. Then they started to decide, no, we are only going to pay the fine, because knowing very well that I must come back, do another inspection, issue another citation, and then start the cycle from scratch. So what we are saying, over time and in practice, we then realize that, in fact, we need to review the punitive aspect of the bylaw, because where you are now, you can issue those citations until you are blue in the face. You are not going to get the maximum input or outcome that you require, unless you go and re-look at the enforcement of the punitive aspect. So our first approach was, let's maybe create the municipal courts, and that becomes part of the control. Of course, we had to write to the National Prosecuting Authority to give us the delegations to then prosecute through the municipal courts. That also took time, but eventually we got it done, and we got the delegations, which is what Group Head Legal is now seized with as part of his key performance indicators. Ensure that you increase the number of citations that are prosecuted within the municipal court space. But of course now, what we are now seeing is that, of course, there's now, even though we have the municipal courts, the punitive aspect, and our people have, of course, realized that I can pay the fine for 6, 7, 8 times, it's fine. All they need to do is come back and issue another citation and follow that process and repeat that cycle. And I think if we continue to operate that way, we are not going to get the maximum input that the Commission wants us to. And of course, from our side as administrators, we do want to see some progress, and we are thinking that we do need to look at the punitive aspects of the bylaws. It doesn't mean that on its own is going to give us maximum input. We do need to look at the issue holistically and look at all other aspects or items that contribute to a safer city, which is a city that we all want to see and live in.
Okay. In paragraph 29 and 30, you make reference to the challenges around the problem properties bylaw, and I think there's been various queries raised by the colleagues from Siri and other colleagues from that, experience around the issue of bylaw enforcement, that we've got this nice written problem properties bylaw, but we don't see it being implemented? In actual fact, one of the questions that has been asked is, you must bring to the commission, not you, the city, the number of cases that you have at your disposal that flow from the enforcement of this problem properties bylaw. And you explain some issues around it here in paragraph 290. Can you just explain further, what do you mean? What's the issue about this problem properties bylaw?
So, Chair, the property bylaw, as you recall,
Problem.
problem property bylaw, in the main refers to, once we've identified the problem property, how do we tackle it? Firstly, is that GFIS needs to go and investigate, and this is because somebody would have complained, and once they've investigated, they then need to bring in SAPS involved, bring Home Affairs involved in resolving the problem property. So we then received legal advice that the last part of that bylaw talks about expropriation of the property. And I think the law firm was concerned about the legality, the constitutionality of that clause in the bylaw. And we've had a number of engagement, and I think up until recently, when the expropriation bill was, of course, signed off, we thought that that obviously helps us to enforce the bylaw. So if you look at the sale and execution of those properties based on the non-payment of your property rates and bills, the water bill, that clause in the bylaw would then help us to enforce that. But of course, we took advice and requested that the bylaw should obviously be reviewed or checked whether it does it comply with the outcomes of the Constitution, and if not, whether we need to review that. And that's a process that we already started looking at that review post the advice that we had received. And I think the legal team is looking at that aspect of the bylaw in terms of the expropriation part or the sale in execution of that property, especially those that are owned by the private sector. This, of course, is to improve the enforcement of the bylaw. But it doesn't take away the other aspects of the bylaw that we had already mentioned as a challenge that we are obviously reviewing from time to time.
Sorry, if I may interpose, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Makula, when did you seek advice with regard to the problem property bylaws?
So this advice was given to us in December, Chair.
Of 2024?
December 2023, when we were developing the bed building strategy. Because when it was developed and promulgated by Council, we didn't have these challenges that came. But when we're reviewing all the bylaws and the value chain, this then became a subject matter that was raised. And I obviously needed to look at what in the entire bylaw is a problem. Is the entire bylaw or just that aspect?
Yes, Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you. Just on that point, so from the little bit that we have explained, you seem to be suggesting that only but one component of the bylaw is problematic, right? For now, we won't get into the merits or demerits of that. For now, you sought advice, or you advised that this component dealing with the acquisition of these types of buildings are problematic from a law point of view. But has that prevented you from enforcing other parts of the bylaw? How does that interface with your 10 plus and what the operations that you are currently executing on the ground?
As you stated, so the enforcement of the other bylaws continues. Nonetheless, you'd see that the aspect that we have not perfected is the sale in execution, even though we took a different approach, because we went to look at from a revenue and the debt policy. If that building has not paid its rate over a period of 3 months, we flag it. GFIS will go and investigate. We'll get a report and we'll request the treasurer to say, now issue the bills. What is the value of the property vis-a-vis the amount that is owed for property rates, for trading services, water, electricity, and waste, and what is that value? to then use that to then to do sale and execution through the DORA, which is the Division of Revenue, plus also the city's debt policy in line with that, but not specifically under the problem property bylaw. So we have been enforcing. We have been very slow on implementing that aspect where we then expropriate the property based on the non-compliance of that building. So what we opted to do, of course, is we would go to the market, which is what I spoke to earlier, that we'll release some of those buildings and we'll go through council to then release through the Johannesburg Property Company. But of course, you have to go through council first before you release those properties to the market for redevelopment as part and parcel of the precinct development, which is the anchor of the rejuvenation of the inner city.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
Yes, in your municipal courts, what constraints are you experiencing since you have removed it and you thought it was going to resolve a problem of, relying on those
Magistrate.
yes, legal issues. So what is it that is, do you see it moving as you would like to, or is there anything that you want to improve in those municipal courts?
Yes, Chair, through you. So I think the first challenge was when we conceptualized the municipal courts, we made an error of creating that unit within JMPD. And of course, JMPD are law enforcers and they are not legal minds, if I can use that. So I think we had one director, Sipho Lepu, he had a law degree at the time. I think he's still in the institution. So we thought that because he has the legal background and the law enforcement background, if we put all of that together, it may help us speed up the enforcement or the prosecution of the bylaws. Of course, that was completely incorrect because the capacity became an issue. And when we then analyzed the issue of capacity, we then we realized that in as much as he's academically a legal person, but in terms of implementation and administratively, he was not the right person to actually take us to the next step. And that took us a very long time to realize that. Hence, we then agreed that that unit must be moved to the municipal courts because that requires synchronizing with the NPA, the magistrate courts, and the legal line. That was the first challenge. The second challenge was, of course, the capacity, which we are still building the capacity in terms of the municipal courts. We didn't have a dedicated director in the unit to deal with the municipal courts. So we took a senior legal advisor and we said, over and above your legal advice that you provide on a daily, you will also take care of the municipal courts, which we also corrected. We've now appointed the director to specialize only with municipal courts. And we are now in the process of allocating additional resource to improve the capacity. Let alone, I think there is a legal reform that we require in terms of the bylaw themselves to have much more bite. And I think that requires more legal minds to look at. But I think at the level where I operate is, guys, let's look at how we can make these bylaws more punitive, and so that people can understand that there's action that's going to happen immediately. Because again, you would recall, Chair, that if you do not deal with a challenge in the moment and you deal with it later on, you lose the opportunity to correct on the spot. And that's the aspect that we think look at. So I think the capacity issue, but the placement of the unit is also a challenge that we then identified and we have since corrected, and we are moving towards making sure that that unit is more effective and it's focused on just making the municipal courts more effective.
Thank you.
We will, that aspect, we'll pick it up again, Commissioner Mabena, with the witness from legal, because that's one aspect that I wanted to squeeze it in through Mr. Makola on the issue of the punitive costs. But him being a non-legal person, he was unable to articulate the challenges arising out of, because like you correctly said, now you've got a municipal code, right? You've got a municipal code. But the bylaw still says pay whatever, 500 rand or 1,000 rand as a fine. Will the municipal court be able to go beyond whatever punitive measures that you have prescribed in the bylaw, to your knowledge? I know you're not a legal person.
Sorry, just repeat the question.
Would the municipal court, properly staffed, resourced, and dedicated building for that matter, be able to go beyond the punitive measures that you have prescribed in the bylaws?
No, Chair. In the current state, they are only limited to what is promulgated in the bylaw and approved by council.
Correct.
And hence we say we do need to go beyond just the capacitation. We also need to look at how do we review the bylaw so that we may improve the punitive aspect of it. And again, you are speculating that may help you with the level of compliance. But of course, you know the debate whether death penalty vis-a-vis life sentence, if it gives you the outcome that you require. And of course, the human rights challenges that may come with either of the two. And depending on which side you come from on the fence, you may argue the one or the other. But of course, we can't sit back and say, well, this is it, we are defeated. We do need to look at how do we then improve that.
Okay. Mr. Mabena, that issue and the chair will be taken up with legal, talk about the jurisdictional challenges of why our bylaws, despite the city being aware that the punitive measures are not sufficient. A simple question would be, why can't we just increase the punitive measures? But I think a right person from the legal department will explain the jurisdictional challenges of increasing that which is currently within the bylaws. Why can't you make it 5 years imprisonment or 20,000? So that part, with your permission, I'll just park that aspect and will be canvassed at the later stage with the legal department.
Yes.
Right. Just now to close up this issue, we gave all these challenges of municipal courts. Then, so we are talking about the punitive aspects or whatever the challenges that you have about this thing. Now, practically, because the commission must not get an impression that you are just using reasons why things cannot be done. Can you just relate to us how this challenge of municipal courts or the enforcement of the bylaws, how does it relate to the actions that you took regarding 65 de Villiers?
So I think 65 de Villiers is really a demonstration, and I use that as a practical example because it's been in the media space. As I say, Chair, the implementation of bylaws is the work that we must do on a daily basis. And I can testify here, Chair, that having been the head of emergency services and had been an officer in emergency services, one of my tasks was to enforce the same bylaws, and we continue to do so, whether it's through the scorecard of the department, the scorecard of, if you look at the scorecard of the city manager, the scorecard of the head of EMS, there's a clear indicator that talks about the enforcement of the bylaws to improve safety and security in the city of Johannesburg. I guess the debate is on the effectiveness of the enforcement of those bylaws. Even if we review our plans, the enforcement continues to be implemented on the ground. I mean, as recent as Jan now, we've gone through the presidency to request additional support. As you know, I think end of this week, the president and the entire cabinet will be coming to the city for 2 days to also look at some of the submissions we've made in terms of support and additional help that we require both from national and province. So both cabinets will be in the city on Thursday and Friday. And this is the request of course, the executive mayor, but the submissions we made from the administration to help us improve the work that we're doing. Because, of course, you'll understand, even the issue of the bylaw and the review, we require national to look at the reform in that legislation. To improve compliance in the trading services, we require National Treasury to also contribute and participate. And again, Chair, the critical aspect, maybe we'll cover that when we deal with the budget. Because again, it's important for our citizens to understand why they must pay for the services we provide, because we must invest the same monies into developing the city and programs and dealing with our infrastructure.
Okay. I'm imagining Advocate Semenya asking, these problem property bylaws, you got them, they are there, you've got a battery of bylaws that you must enforce. Why don't you just shut down that building? Because the bylaw, I think in particular it is a problem properties bylaw, does empower a building control officer to shut down any building that does not comply with the bylaw. And how do you relate that to your experience with 65 de Villiers?
Well, Chair, again, it's a demonstration of the city taking action where we shut down the building. I mean, I was on site there. I spoke to the manager. I asked him a number of questions in terms of compliance, where are the building plans, where is the liquor license that JMPD enforces, and the officers were on the ground. And of course, we looked at where is your meter, where is your municipal bill, when was the last time you paid the municipal bill, in terms of development planning, where is the plans for this construction that you are currently undertaking. And at the end of that, in fact, when the officer started writing the citations, Chair, the manager disappeared. In fact, he left the site, and we obviously had to then proceed and close the building due to non-compliance and remove all the aspects in the building that shouldn't have been there. But of course, the result of that is we then legally challenged in terms of the closing the property. Of course, we went to court to defend our actions, and the judge did say, well, hand over the building back to the owner, and we've agreed, but we did indicate that they cannot trade. We will give them the building for them to comply, and once they comply, they can continue to operate their building in compliance with the city's bylaws. And that's where we are now. I think we are at the point where the property owners are working hard to ensure compliance but specifically in that building. So that's a demonstration, Chair, of the work that we're doing. And I'm not saying it only happens now, but it's work that's been happening at least since I've been an employee of the City of Johannesburg in the different roles and functions that one was given responsibility for.
Mr. Makola, we are close to lunch. Chair, with your indulgence.
Yes.
There's a topic which I think you have touched on, but I'm not asked to repeat. If you go to paragraph 51 to paragraph 57, you speak of the construction permit management systems. Is that part of, earlier on, you said to the chair that we have now adopted a new way of approving plans. Is that what you're talking about here?
Yeah, so the construction permit management system refers to the digitalization of the building plan approval, including approval of developments in line with the spatial development framework of the city. So that's the program I was referring to as part of the ease of doing business within the city's space.
Okay. Chair, so this aspect has been dealt with earlier on, so we don't need to cover 51. So I would request the chair that if it's not a convenient time for us to take a
Yes.
lunch
What
agenda.
time is it, Mr. Sidumedi?
It's currently 5 to 1 o'clock, Chair.
Yes. We'll take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
As the commission chooses.
With
Yeah, I'm fine.
So the answer is no.
Yes. On the statement, they are just discussing it as their strategy.
When the bad day is done.
Where's my problem? I think, yeah, no, but I think they put it on our way already. But clearly they haven't changed it. The aircon is, aircon is freezing. I was just telling him, you asked when we finish. I said, when we do weekends, we finish at 6:30. We're not working. We work at the front line. I don't think that's a picture. It's a picture.
But I do. I think you just come with these things at 8 o'clock.
Funny.
Just to
Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Makola, we have now finished the bulk. If you can just turn to paragraph 31, dealing with budget. The next part that you're going to talk about is the budgeting process.
Paragraph
31, Chair,
31.
31 and the following. Now, Mr. Makola, most, if not all, of the witnesses on behalf of the city that testified before you, including both in its part B and part A, lamented the fact that they don't have enough money to implement some of the things that they would have loved to implement as part of dealing with the problem that we are faced with in this commission. So it's in that context that the commission correctly wanted to understand from the city who decides who gets what and informs by what, for that matter, because on the face of it, it's like we are not prioritizing important, not in a bad way, but you don't seem to be putting enough attention, financial-wise, to human settlement issues. So if you can just explain to, in particular, TAs, I think it's one of the things that I think we spoke about. So can you just explain the municipal process in terms of budgeting? How does that work?
Okay, thanks, Chair. So the budgeting process is a legislative process under the Municipal Finance Management Act. And the Act defines a process and gives the responsibility to the executive mayor to present a budget to council. There's an adjustment budget and there's the full budget for the new financial year, and there are cycles. So the adjustment budget is submitted in Feb to then help the municipality adjust its revenue, but also include additional programs in the middle of the financial year. So our financial year starts from July to June in a year. So mid-year is December. By the end of December, the adjustment budget is submitted to council for approval in Feb, and then for the remainder of the year. Then the 3-year medium-term expenditure, revenue and expenditure, is then approved in May for implementation in July. So the process set out is that the mayor establish a budget steering committee, which is either chaired by the mayor. If the mayor does not chair, will delegate that function to the member of the mayoral committee responsible for finance. And in that committee will be the accounting officer, will be the chief operations officer, the group CFO, the treasurer, and the budget office from a technical base, supported by the executive director responsible for bulk services, water, electricity, the executive director responsible for development planning, which then allocate the capital aspect of the budget, and the operational budget is done by the budget office. What then happens is a schedule is issued for 2 weeks, which all departments, which comes in the different clusters, will then come and make proposals or suggestions for a budget to the committee. The committee will then deliberate, and at the end of that 2 weeks process, the committee then deliberates and allocates budget based on what is requested by the department. But what drives that process is obviously the city's ability to collect its revenue, of course, from the property being the base. You have the property rates. From the property rates, you have the trading services, which is Johannesburg Water, where we put in metering, and we then issue invoices on a monthly basis. So we bill clients or customers. We also bill for water. We bill for waste removal. Those are the 4 key sources of revenue in the municipality. Over and above that, you also have grants from national, and in particular to human settlements, you have the USDG grant, which is the urban development grant. You have the informal settlement grant, which in the main are allocated to human settlements. The mega projects that we spoke about in the past is what would have been allocated from the grant. We also have from the Transport Department, we have the Public Transport National Grant, which is allocated to the Department of Transport, and that grant as it comes in is then allocated to transport for bus rapid transit and some of it through the Metro bus as a utility. At the end of that process, there are then of course deliberations. So the members of the mayoral committee will come and present with their departments what their needs are, what the requirements are, and based on priority and based on the revenue collected in the previous year and the adjustment, then budgets are then allocated. Once that process is done, a final report is compiled to the mayoral committee and the governance system for approval, and then it goes to council, and then council approves that budget. Of course, the budget for the next 3 years is approved in May and then implemented from July. Then, of course, as I said, in between, there is an adjustment period that then happens. The adjustment is driven by if there's been an increase on the revenue or there are additional projects that were not adequately budgeted for, the adjustment period makes provision for that in the single financial year.
Yeah. Now, there's a phrase that came out of your mouth, priority. That's exactly the point that I want us to speak to. Again, context is that based on what we're dealing with here at this commission, we are dealing here with improvement of the lives in the inner city, Region F, provision, amongst others, I'm talking about provision of TAs, whatever, all the things around that aspect. Now, when you say priorities, we will allocate funds according to the priorities. In the context of what you're talking about, how, if any, are you prioritizing budget towards inner city challenges? JPC has come here to complain about the fact that they don't have enough budget to manage the property. Human Settlement has come here to say they don't have enough money to provide for TAs, and so forth and so forth. So it is that part that I want us to speak to the Commission about.
So maybe, Chair, I start at right at the end in relation to Joshko as the implementing agent on behalf of human settlement. So Joshko develops social housing properties or schemes. So in the allocation of the budget, we'll allocate Joshko more funds to develop additional social housing on the view that, of course, we must be able to create additional units that Joshko will manage. You'd recall earlier when we started, we spoke about the mega projects, which yield higher occupancy rates. Those mega projects are funded mainly from the USDG grant, and then to provide bulk services, to provide both water and electricity, to provide provision of water, roads, stormwater, and a few bridges. And then, because we also work with private sector in terms of private developers, they will then put in the top structures. But province also contributes to the top structure, and we then contribute to the bulk infrastructure. And that's how we then prioritize Joshko to develop the social housing. But as I said earlier, the challenge you have is the backlog in relation to the 1994 human settlement list that we are still sort of struggling with. But the mega projects will then deal with that aspect. In terms of the priorities, so part of the growth and development strategy that I spoke to earlier is about 10, 11 priorities. And the first one is financial sustainability, because we all agree that without sustainable revenue that the municipality must generate, as opposed to relying on the tax income generated in national, municipalities are supposed to collect property rates and tax and all the trading services. So financial sustainability is a priority, safety and security is a priority, sustainable human settlement is a priority, service delivery, basic service delivery, particularly on the 4 areas, water, electricity, waste, and roads, and the removal thereof are a priority. Then you have human settlements, which is a priority. So there's about 11 priorities that we look at. So every time we allocate the budget, we first look at what is the financial status of the city, what is the health of our finances, what is the debtors book, and how has that reduced, and then we allocate. Because if you do not collect, as I say, it becomes a challenge that you can't reinvest the same money into the infrastructure. You would have heard that we have a lot of challenges with backlog on infrastructure, about 220 billion that is required to fix all the roads, the traffic signals, to replace the water pipes, to replace the electricity infrastructure. And that is work that we are doing now we've been doing with National Treasury through GTEC, which is the agency of National Treasury, to attract additional funding. And at times you hear that at council, we have gone to apply for a loan with the DBSA to then support or add onto the capital allocation that we already have. Again, you would have seen that from a human and social development cluster, the beneficiary of the budget in the last 2 years has been public safety, and in particular JMPD, because that's a priority area of priority that we have identified, including the mayoral priority areas that we then agreed to do. Then lastly, of course, is the rejuvenation of the inner city, because we believe that if we rejuvenate the inner city, we bring back the commercial aspect of the inner city. One, it will contribute to the financial sustainability of the city, but two is it will restore law and order, which will then give confidence to businesses and investors to return into the inner city, which is able to generate its revenue, as opposed to where you are seeing majority of the revenues then collected around Sandton, Bryanston, and those areas, Florida and the likes.
Yes.
So there are 11 priorities that we have in the city, and every time we go to the budget steering committee, we look at those priorities. But we also look at the performance of the department and the entity at an adjustment period and an adjustment level. For an example, in the current year, as you know, we were supposed to pass the budget in February. Council said there was a debate and it couldn't pass the budget. So we have to now try and get and submit. We are prioritizing the metering aspect, and we are prioritizing rejuvenation of the inner city, meaning putting meters in these buildings that are, once we've reclaimed, put in meters so they can pay for the rates and services, and then reinvest that revenue that we generate back into the different departments and entities.
Yes. Accepting that you've got finite resources, right? That I accept that you don't have an infinite source of funding. I'm trying to imagine this BSC meeting of yours, where there's human settlement coming there to say, we need X amount for TAs and decanting of buildings. You've got, not in a disparaging manner, City Parks and Zoo saying they want money for the cutting of grass at whatever park that they are at. JMPD as well wanting some extra resources for JMPD, whatever, the city. What weight are you attaching to the needs of the poor, in particular Region F, to ensure that there's sufficient resources to prevent an establishment of a commission of this nature, where people are going to come here and say, we don't have money to, all these calamities are caused by the fact that we don't have enough money. That's the issue that I want us to address in this commission.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's a very delicate and a difficult balance to make, particularly if you look at the revenue streams that we are collecting, which have become limited over a period of time, of course, due to the performance of the economy, the ability to grow the economy, and the high level of unemployment. But, of course, we prioritize areas that are disadvantaged in the BSC. So if you ask the question between, if you were to look at, do we provide human settlements or do we provide Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo? A clear line we are taking is, at City Parks and Zoo, focus on your core, and your core is to make sure that you cut the grass, because that also contributes to the level of safety and can obviously encourage the growth in crime. But also see what, if you don't cut the grass, then you have vagrants that then invade those parks. So there the discussion becomes the amount of budget that we allocate to Johannesburg City Parks. And so the BSC becomes a robust discussion point. And at the end, when you allocate that budget, everyone is almost not happy about the allocation that you give to them. But we prioritize the core function of the department or the entity. And we, of course, as we move along, align with the budget, we then, in between that, pass guidelines to say, do not spend money if it's not your core. The issue of consultants, the issues of catering, traveling as an example. We say if you want to travel, ask the person who's arranging the conference to pay for you. We can only pay for SNT if we must, but just as recent as 2 days, the MMC Transport wanted to travel to China, and I couldn't approve that as the accounting officer, and I encouraged him to ask the organizers to pay for him, and that report was then revised. So you do have to put in stringent measures to regulate the expenditure so that we spend it on the core function. So yes, you will allocate both human settlements and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, but the quantum, of course, will be different because we place the disadvantaged and the poor as part of the budget consideration in relation to the allocations. But again, there are technical considerations in terms of, are we able to generate revenue from this investment? As an example, I made that 70% of the city's budget is based on the large power and large energy users, which means the commercial entities that buy electricity from us and buy water. And that's 70%. The 30% is supposed to come from the residential areas, particularly Soweto, Orange Farm, Ivory Park. And unfortunately, those are the areas where payment levels are very low, but consumption is very high. And we are encouraging the citizens to pay because we do need to get that revenue in so that we can reallocate it. So it's a very, very delicate balance, but I think at the end, for that 2 weeks, Chair, on a lighter note, nobody talks to you after you've allocated budget for 2 weeks because they feel like you cut us out and you didn't prioritize us. And it's a very difficult balance to make. But I guess it depends on the resource that we have. Then, of course, from time to time, we also bring in loans and we we go to the market for loans. But those loans must go towards service delivery departments.
Again, before we leave this point, to an extent that there are sentiments expressed that we are not getting our priorities right in terms of being pro-poor with specific reference to Region F. Are you telling this commission that the city is alive to the fact that there's a need for financial resources to be channeled towards TAs and other measures that are going to improve the lives of our people in the Region F in particular?
That's correct, Chair. So that is why we had to develop the rejuvenation of the city as a priority so that we can then put in additional resource. And also if you look at the deployment model that we've now revisited was that let's go into the inner city with all the resources as limited as they are so that we have a bigger impact. So we are alive to the challenge and we are doing something to ensure that we improve Region F with all the resources that we have, because that, again, is an issue of deployment, and we do need to re-emphasize that that deployment comes with additional financial resource and the human resource capital that's required on the ground.
Okay. Keeping into the theme of anti-poor, maybe anti is a bit of a strong word, not doing enough to safeguard the interest of the poor. There's a thorny issue of the expanded social package that, or colloquially referred to as the indigent policy, on page 58 to page 63, right? That's what you're addressing there. For now, let's outline the current framework. I know we're going to talk about the plans that the city has, but for now, let's just take us through what is the current policy of the city on expanded social package.
So I think if you go to page 51, Chair, so there we were simply outlining what the current policy is in terms of providing extended social package to indigent persons or population of the city. And the policy, in fact, the policy here makes provision for the city to provide free water, free electricity, and free removal of waste in the areas or in the areas where there are indigent population of the city. The policy requires that a person, for them to qualify, must be unemployed, women and children, youth, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and displaced persons. But I think the biggest impediment of that is the fact that the policy requires that you must have a registered stand, you must have a municipal account. And of course, if you contrast that to someone who's indigent, they would necessarily won't have the registered stand and they won't have a municipal account because they don't meet that minimum requirement that you require.
In actual
terms
fact,
of the
let's
extended
change a
social
little
package.
bit. You might have an indigent person in a formal area. Soweto, we might have that. But let's bring it home to Region F. An indigent, because if you look at the policy, an indigent person staying in Ivory Park, he or she can be able to meet the requirements of your policy. As an example, an ID, municipal account, which I suppose it serves as a proof of residence, and to an extent that he has a bank statement, he can provide that, right? And proof of address. That's an Indian person in Ivory Park. Take that person staying in Moth Building or any of the hijacked buildings. Surely that Indian person will not meet your requirements. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chair, but I think you have to provide the context as to why that person would not meet the requirements. Because firstly, if you look at the profile of the building in itself, it is owned privately by either the city or owned by a private person.
Yes.
And the occupant would have either be renting in an ideal situation, they will be renting from the owner of the building, and they will then be obviously paying rent. But that building in itself, it's a commercial asset, which means the owner generates some revenue and therefore excludes the property in itself for it to be regarded as or to benefit under the extended social package. I think that's the context that's important. So if you were to register everyone in the building or at least extend the services such as water, electricity, and waste removal, it will be limited to the building and not the occupants of the building. And I think that's the context that's important. So hence you would not be able to, it's not easy to extend the social package to the properties in the inner city.
Yes, and that's exactly where the rub lies, that an Indian person in every park, Soweto, wherever, equally placed like a Magogo in Usindiso or whatever building in the inner city. This person is unable to access those benefits. So what is it that the city is doing to ensure that equally placed indigent persons of Johannesburg are able to derive benefit from the social or indigent packages that we provide? Because taking into account that the current policy is quite limiting, even from your own evidence, that this is quite a limiting policy. And the criticism is that your policies are not pro-poor because they're not taking into account the peculiar circumstances of the residents of bad buildings in the CBD, albeit the buildings are commercial, whatever phraseology that you want to attach to it.
So, Chair, after looking at so as part of the development of the bad building strategy, we also looked at what avenues can we implement to ensure that as many people as possible benefit from the extended social package, which means we are able to extend the free water services. Just to also clear, Chair, we do provide 6 kiloliters of water to all citizens in the city as a standard from Johannesburg Water, and there is a debate whether this should be allocated to everybody or reserved for those that can't afford. And I thought it's a point that is important to raise, that from that perspective, we provide water. But what we've looked at now, and we've asked the Department of Social Development to review the policy. We've given them a clear target that by end of this financial year, we must review our indigent policy, not to look at indigent properties, but to look at indigent population that aligns one to the, so when National Treasury allocates equitable share budget, they look at the number of indigent population you have in the specific municipality and then allocate the equitable share. So our policy must align back to that part. Two is the Stats SA publishes the poverty index almost on a yearly basis. And we then said to the department, go look at how you realign the poverty index to the indigent population or policy of National Treasury. Then, of course, have a conversation with Home Affairs, because they would have a database which we've also asked to link up with that database, so that we do not limit the extended social package to households, but we actually expand it to the population as an example. So we have 5.8, I think we've settled on 5.8 population of the city, and it's not possible that you could have only 10% of that indigent. In fact, the discussion we had with the Auditor General when we were doing the audits on informal settlements, we were arguing that, in fact, all the informal settlements do qualify as indigent households, because if you look at the condition, the ability to afford, and the monthly rental and the monthly income that's generated there, it's below the required threshold. But of course, the challenge was, but your policy refers to households and it doesn't refer to the indigent population, as it were. And that's work that we are doing. We do want to take a new policy to council for approval that then aligns those three different elements. Of course, we're not limiting them to the three, but we think at an executive level, those are the three areas that we think could help us improve, expand these services to the people in the inner city as well in relation to these properties. But I think the key focus, Chair, is to really try and deal with the bad buildings, as it were, convert them into social housing, but rejuvenate the inner city so that you have more commercial space. Because as I say, the biggest issue is the unemployment that you find and people wanting to reside and settle where they work in the inner city. So we have to create that space and the environment for them to be able to do so. But of course, enforce the bylaw and maintain law and order so that you then rejuvenate. And I think that's the key issue. But the issues of extended social package are on our radar screen, and they have been for a while. We have reviewed that policy 2 or 3 times, but we think we must align it now with national and of course, Stats SA and Home Affairs from the poverty index side of it, Chair.
Again, Mr. Makola, excuse me if I sound pedantic. When did this policy review of the ESP in particular, you seem to be accepting in your statement that the policy is not responding to this challenge of the indigent person within the bed building. And you are saying there's a review to realign this into focus on an individual. So when did this policy reviews commence, and when will it be completed?
Chair, when I arrived in the position, that review, of course, had already started, but I think the pace and the approach, the review was done. Firstly, it was focused on the system and the process to register the indigent, but it didn't look at what is the actual impediment that does not allow us to bring in additional population onto that list, so we can expand that. So we simply expanded that to say, now look at all of these areas and align it back to National Treasury, because almost every year, half yearly, we have a review from National Treasury, and they always give the advice on that aspect. We've then requested that in the new financial year, there must be a new policy. So we are targeting the April-May council, because council has to approve the new policy, and we have obviously signed off the terms of reference for social development to then fast-track the review of that policy in line with the guidelines that we've provided. But of course, we are not limiting into those 3 areas. As the experts in the field, from a social development perspective, we've even allocated Group ICT to also assist them with a new system that will make it much easier and quicker for people to register, because that's something else that also became an impediment, that some indigent people are unable to come to our open days and our open centers. So we need to find a system that can register them without them having to move from where they are. As an example, on the flip side, we are looking at making sure that we have the data network that will allow people to register from their homes, given the technology that's now available that we can use, whether it's cell phone technology or whatever means that you have in the group ICT space.
I take it then that at this stage you are unable to share with the commission the makeup of this revised policy.
Not at this stage, Chair, except that we can present the current policy and the policy amendments or changes that we want the team to do. But I can assure the committee that by the time we get into the new financial year in July, as I said, we are targeting the April or May council to then present the updated policy. And I'm sure we can make that available or at least share the draft of that document once it's ready to the commission as part of the evidence of the work that we are doing.
Thank you. Now we move, Chair and Commissioner, to a separate segment headed Inquiries Raised by the Commission of Inquiry. That will be from page 64 towards the end.
Yes.
Can I find out from Mr. Makula that do you have a statement or do you have knowledge of the budget that was returned, the budget not spent during the last financial year? Because this commission has a document or a statement that comes from Treasury, National Treasury, that there was, I think it was in financial year 22-23, if I'm not wrong, a budget that was returned back to Treasury. Now, my question is that you are saying every department is not happy of the budget allocated to them, but we still hear that there are funds that are returned to the Treasury. Do you know why is that?
Yes, Chair. I can confirm that in the year, in fact, it started 2021, 2022. It's in the main, it's the USDG grant that was not spent, and there were 2 reasons in that financial year. One was the appointment of the development agency was not completed in time because we needed to put in the bulk infrastructure. And at the time that we got to adjustment, because it's at the adjustment where both National Treasury and National Human Settlement does an assessment of how far have we spent that budget. And if we are not at the target that we are, they will then return that money. But because the USDG comes with conditions, it becomes difficult to reallocate that budget. But what we did in that year, we then wrote to National Treasury to request that if Human Settlements is unable to spend that money on the bulk infrastructure, are we able to reallocate that funding to City Power, as an example, to allocate for street lighting in the informal settlement space? And that approval we got in 2021. That's why you see that the amount in the 2022-2023 financial year was less, because when we realized, and that management of the grant is also done in my office, when we realized that mid-year that Human Settlement, as an example, is not going to spend, we then reallocated some of that infrastructure grant into City Power and Joburg Water, one to do pipe replacement to deal with water leaks and non-technical revenue, and again to City Power for new I forgot the name now, the solar panel, the solar farms that we had installed in informal settlements, and that's how we dealt with that. The other department that contributed to non-expenditure was the public transport grant, which is PTNG, that again we reallocated to Metrobus to put in an automated fare collection system. And that again, Chair, the departments are not happy with. You'd recall that earlier I did say, even in the adjustment, we look at the performance of the department, both from a key performance indicator, but also from a financial expenditure. And if they do not spend in line with their plans and their target, we then reallocate that budget into other programs. And that's how we've dealt with that. But it is true, Chair, that indeed in that particular financial year, we returned a big chunk of the USDG grant that was not spent at human settlements because of the development grant. If I remember, I think it was the Lufering development that had not, the contractual obligations were not met. And of course, at the time that they concluded the contract, the time lapse had already moved in terms of that expenditure.
Again, Commissioner Mabena?
Mr. Sidumedi, is this not dealt with in the evidence of Mr. Nkwani?
I was just about to say that, Chair,
Yes.
that we'll, on page 66,
Yes.
we'll address that in detail,
Yes.
Commissioner Mabena. Thank you very much. Sorry. Oh, yes. We are saying now we are getting into the next segment being the inquiries. There was a letter that was on the 10th of January this year. There was a list of queries that were raised by the Commission. We had required that the city in general must address specific queries. So on page 64.
Page 52, Mr. Makula.
Yes. Yes, which is paragraph 64 until 69. There were many questions, I think, but for purpose of your evidence, we are going to limit ourselves to these specific ones because others have been assigned to the other colleagues at the city. Now, the first question, and it ties back to what you spoke about earlier on, that in as much as we speak about bylaw enforcement, the reality of the matter is that, yes, there's a private sector. We spoke of number 63, De Villiers, which is a private owner that was performing things or using that building not in compliance with our bylaws. But the reality of the matter is that even the city itself, JPC or any of the departments that are in charge of a building, they are not complying with the very bylaws that the city has promulgated. Now the question is, how are we dealing with that conundrum where the lawmaker itself is not complying with the law that it has set?
Chair, I think indeed it's a conundrum for the city, but it shouldn't be an issue because the same type of actions that we take on buildings that are owned by the city should be the same process that applies to the properties that we own in terms of either shutting them down and stopping operation completely until there's level of compliance. But I think we need to take it a bit further, that we do have to hold the HODs and the CEOs of those respective departments and entities to account in instances where they fail to comply with our own bylaws. And I think for me that is the only solution, because otherwise if you don't move in that direction, your citizens are not going to take you seriously because you are not even complying with your own buildings. And I think that is in the main, that is the action that we need to take. But the same law must apply, or the same principle that applies to the privately owned businesses or properties must also be applied to city-owned properties. But over and above that, of course, from the resourcing perspective, we do need to ensure that we allocate adequate resource for those departments to ensure compliance. And indeed, that's why we have a list that also includes city-owned properties and that regard. And I'm sure that's why we are implementing we've written to the boards to implement the Commission's first report we've signed off to the boards that here are the recommendations, here are the outcomes, please take the necessary requirement or actions as recommended in the part 1 of the Commission's report. And of course, we await the outcome. We have written in writing. We have had sessions with the required MMCs and executives for those specific entities that were mentioned in the report. And we await, we gave them a deadline that by the end of the 3rd quarter, which is the end of March, we do need to get feedback on what action the boards have taken based on the recommendations of the part 1 of the report of the Commission.
Yes, I can hear Advocate Semenya saying, okay, that's part 1. Now, again, Mr. Makola, sitting there, making pronouncements on things. Advocate Semenya will be saying, but in the last, I think, January or last year, there were inspections that were conducted by the city, by the commission, my apologies, and then some of the buildings that we inspected are city-owned, and there seems to be non-compliance with the bylaws. Of course, taking into account the proviso regarding the budget and resourcing, to say at what point will the commission and the residents see action being taken against our own, insofar as the buildings going forward that are non-compliant?
So given the limited financial resource that is available to the city, in particular on buildings that are owned by the city, I did allude to the fact that we have taken a decision that those properties must be released to the private sector for redevelopment as social housing or affordable housing. And of course, some of them reserved for TEAs, and we have allocated some additional budget, I think about, if I recall in the adjustment, we've allocated about 40 million to human settlements for the revise of some of those properties that we've identified to be used as TEAs. But of course, there are other further challenges in terms of how the limitation. The other strategy we've looked at now is through the leasing ability that JPC has. As an example, Chair, I can share with the Commission that there is the Newtown Mall, or that precinct that we've now. So what happened there was the city owned the land, and the private developer came in with the funding to develop. So we will be accessing the office space. But next to the office space, there is an old hotel that's no longer being used. We are now in consultation with the owners of the building to reserve that property as a TEA as we move towards, but to be strict in terms of once we start developing North Building or North Precinct as an example, we'll then move some of the occupants, those that can afford, into the hotel. Of course, we have to have stricter measures, and we are looking at those, of course, as an option. But I think critical is that those properties that we own and we don't have the financial resource will release to the market. I did speak earlier about we are taking a report now to council end of March to then ask council to delegate the release of those properties to the accounting officer so that it fast tracks the process of releasing these buildings to the market. So as I said, we did try this in 2017. We released a number of properties. Not all of them were taken up by the market, but we do have appetite now from the private sector to then for us to allocate, and that's why we want to fast track and release them in bigger numbers so that they can be redeveloped, including the ones that we own, particularly as the city, because we don't have the financial resource to redevelop them and maintain and improve them.
Okay. The Chair, I need guidance on this one. I see this 523. There are quite a few questions, not extensive, that are still left. So I'm not sure whether to compromise the tea break and we finish, or we take a break and then we'll resume afterwards, Chair.
What is the attitude of the evidence leader?
We are amenable to a short break.
Okay. Mr. Brickhill?
No objection, Chair.
Ms. Sitole? Okay. We'll take a short tea adjournment and reconvene at 3:30.
As a commission position.
Dumedi.
Thank you, Chair. The last two questions, Mr. Makula. Another query has been raised that optically would not make sense for the city to increase lighting across the city, but with specific focus obviously on Region F, as this might help to improve the security setup within the city. Specific focus, of course, on Region F. What is your take on that?
In relation to street lights, there is a budget allocated to City Power on an annual basis to replace the street lights. But we do agree that as one of the elements to improving safety is that the city, and in particular Region F, must be well lit, which is why as part of the rejuvenation project, but also the city's long-term plan, we over and above cameras, the replacing street lights, we then installed cameras that are monitored and managed at our integrated intelligence operations center, which is at Martindale in Sophia Town, where we have JMPD, we have EMS, we have City Power and Joburg Water in the control center to monitor the CCTVs. And then we have the teams from undercover teams from JMPD that then respond to some of the incidents that we notice on the CCTV cameras. So I agree, Chair, that lighting plays an important part from a safety perspective, but it requires that you must enhance it with other technology. We've allocated about 20 million in the current year to improve the intelligence of those cameras in terms of face recognition, number plate recognition, and also how we then transmit that to the JMPD officers to be able to respond and enforce the law. So yeah, one would agree that lighting does contribute, but there is a budget allocated at City Power to deal with street lighting.
Okay. To what extent, if any, does vandalism of the city's infrastructure, in particular lighting, affect your ability to have the street lights?
So, Chair, if I even start with that, the vandalism to infrastructure, one would spend almost half a day just explaining the vandalism that happens to our, I think the biggest one now is the traffic lights. The cable that is used is under threat. The vandalism to our water infrastructure, whether it's illegal connections, the removal of the steel pipes that are utilized. The vandalism on the street lights, removal of the bulbs and the material is a key challenge that we've experienced. In fact, in the last 5 years, we've established a number of structures and committees within JRA, within City Power in particular, to deal with security. We've deployed additional security to deal with this infrastructure. As I indicated earlier, it's one of the support that we've actually requested from the President, and it's one of those that we will be discussing this afternoon as we are briefing the ministers on the President's visit. But it's one of the key things that we've asked the intelligence to help us, but also the additional deployment of subs in the inner city to protect the infrastructure is key. But that does, of course, contributes to the vandalism of that infrastructure, which we obviously have to always replace. If you look at our insurance claims on infrastructure, particularly at City Power, is about 1.2 billion of submissions through the city's insurance from City Power only, just on that vandalism of infrastructure, including the stealing of the cable. The M1 bridge is one example where we had to replace a cable because of theft and the cut of the infrastructure.
Okay. Now, I know earlier on we spoke about the issue of bylaw enforcement, and there was a concern or a query from the Commission. Of course, this question still asked against the backdrop of what you have said earlier on about a need probably to revise how we enforce the bylaws. Obviously, this moves from the premises that to date, at least before you testified, there is, as outsiders, we see the lack of bylaw enforcement as a major contributory factor to what we are dealing with. Now, it is in that context that this question has been posed. How would you like to respond to that?
So I think one has been able to demonstrate the importance of the integration in terms of and coordination of enforcement of the bylaw in line with the Joburg 10 plus strategy plus the Safer City strategy that we've already approved by Council and supported by Council in terms of implementation. But I think, as you know, Chair, this place is a command and control environment, and therefore it became important that we stabilize the department, which is JMPD, with the Chief of Police, who is permanent, who can make proper decisions, but also requires his lieutenant to be there, which is a process that we are already undertaking to make sure that there's proper support from an implementation perspective. I do think that the reviews in terms of the bylaws themselves and the punitive area is important, but also looking at building that capacity from a municipal court's perspective, because I do think it's a holistic approach. And of course, the issue of review must be consistent, and we must do it on a regular basis based on our performance on enforcement of bylaws on a regular basis, and then come up with better innovative strategies to improve bylaw enforcement. But I do agree that we must continue to reinforce, and we must go back until there is proper implementation or adherence to the city bylaws.
Okay. The last question speaks to Pick It Up's role in litter collection. The sentence says that should Pick It Up not increase the frequency and number of times that it collects litter? And again, I want to give you context. In Part A, it was clear that, dealing with Usindiso, that one of the things that made the fire to have the impact that it had was the collation of litter on one of the floors. I think it was the fourth floor of Usindiso, and that was basically combustible material that was there. Now, with hindsight, if that litter was not there, only God knows to what extent it would have minimized, but I think it's common cause that the impact of the fire would not have been as extensive as it was. Now the question then comes, if we have a rubbish collecting agency, how would that, how would Pick It Up come to the party in resolving that type of a challenge?
So if I understand, the question is really around whether Pick It Up is able to expand its services inside the building. And I think in terms of the current business model and the bylaw, it doesn't allow Pick It Up to collect inside the building. And that is why we, as the city, we purchase the 2-liter bins, and we allocate the 2-liter bins to every residential property, including in the high-rise building, we allocate the number of bins based on the number of units that are available, where we then encourage communities to put the litter in the bins and remove the bins on days where we do the street light, the collections. Unfortunately, the policy does not allow that we go into the building for obvious reasons, because in the hijacked buildings, there will not be any control. There's no law and order, so people will just dump in any floor. In fact, even if you go to Moth building as well, once we entered that building, it was the same condition where some of the floors, the residents were dumping there, and that makes it difficult for us to be able to collect that litter. But one other important point that I must raise, Chair, is that if you look at the frequency, so the shifts at Pick It Up starts at 5, and we have about 300 people in the morning, And I want to make example about Delvas again and King George next to the taxi rank. If you go there between 6 and 7, you find that the place is clean, is spotless. But once the hawkers arrive and there's movement, it looks like the place has not been cleaned. And I make this point because there is a social compact that we really do need to have with our people in terms of littering. We've made skip bins available, but they find it is effective for them or essential for them to dump litter everywhere. There is a program that we've enlisted with Pick It Up to educate our communities in relation to awareness campaigns on how to deal with waste. But I think from a strategic perspective, we're also looking at converting solid waste into energy. We're at an advanced stage now to procure an incinerator for all the 4 regions so that we can deal with the solid waste. But I do think that the separation at source strategy that the city has approved needs to be accelerated so that we deal with the waste. But in terms of moving into the residential house or the bed building itself to collect litter is not what the model looks at. That's why we provide the bins and we allocate the bins per property and encourage that only solid waste must be put in the bin so that what's recyclable can also be recycled, as it were.
Mr. Makola, you said when you respond to the issue of the collection or the non-collection of waste inside the buildings, right? You said the policy does not allow. Remember the city and you as city manager, you are the policymaker. It's not like it's something that comes from outside of the city. Now, the problem here is there is waste on the first floor, second floor. What is it that prevents the policymakers within the city to change the policy to ensure that Pick It Up or whoever agency is able to go and collect waste inside the building? More so since we have now seen that Usindiso, like I said, the exacerbation of the fire was caused by the waste inside the building. So why can't you just change the law and make it possible for Pick It Up employees to collect inside the building?
Chair, I think it may be a challenge from a number of areas. One, of course, it means you require to increase your human capital to go into the buildings to collect the waste. I mean, we have about 963,000 properties, complete total, in the city of Johannesburg across. You can imagine the number of staff you would require to then enter every building and every residential property to collect inside. But I think it will take away the responsibility from the citizens themselves to clean for themselves, because we provide the bin for that to be collected. I don't think it will be an effective strategy to review the policy and allow for Pick It Up to enter every residential property to remove waste on behalf of the citizens. But of course, maybe we'll put that at our next executive management committee for a discussion. But I don't think it will really help because, as I say, again, indicate that we do require a social impact, not only just removal of waste. Also, if you look at a number of non-compliance, it's created by our citizens, and we do need to ensure that there's compliance on bylaws. The vandalism of our infrastructure has a great impact on the city's resource and our ability to manage a city of this size. So I generally don't want to take away the responsibility from citizens to clean after themselves. I mean, again, as I emphasized, if you look at the street traders in areas, particularly around the taxi rank, and I use Brist, I mean the Noord taxi rank as an example. If you go there at 5 o'clock, it is the cleanest. But go there after 7 a.m., still in the morning, not in the evening. It is a completely different area. We would have deployed 300-400 city power employees, general workers, with waste truck to go and clean. So I don't think it may be effective. But in relation to bylaws, I think we need to emphasize the fact that those buildings must comply to the bylaws. We need to re-emphasize the fact that the owners of the buildings must take care of the buildings. And of course, remember, you get charged for the bin that you are paying. And we may even have to, because we pass tariffs on a yearly basis, for those bins and the collection. So it means we'd have to increase the tariffs if we move into your house, because you then have to pay for that additional service that we will be providing, which in my view, I think it will be extending the services into the properties. But I may not shoot it down. I guess it's a discussion we can have at the executive level, but from a personal perspective, I think it will increase the burden of the city. But more importantly, it will take away the responsibility of the citizens to clean in their own areas. But because we provide the tool, which is the 2-liter bin that we provide on a yearly basis, and citizens don't pay for that, we only charge you for the collection and the disposal of that waste in the landfill, and that's all that we charge for.
Okay.
Thank you.
From the safety perspective, I know you've spoken about the resources in terms of deploying more resources to, if should we be minded to revise that aspect. From a safety perspective, especially of hijacked buildings, what will be the safety implications for those that might have to go through these bad buildings to collect waste inside?
I guess it goes without saying that a lot of illegal activities happen in these hijacked or bad buildings, and of course the safety of our staff will be compromised. And again, from a resource, it means we would have to allocate a JMPD officer to escort members of Pick It Up as they go in to collect that waste. And again, it will contribute to the financial resource and the human capital that we have. And that may, of course, the safety of the staff at Pick It Up may be affected negatively if we start moving into those hijacked buildings. And I think that may also be a contribution. But as I say, Chair, I suppose it's a discussion we must have to look at what is the possibility and the feasibility. And I may share my own opinion now based on my experience, but my colleagues at an executive may have a different view.
Okay. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Makola, you seem to acknowledge that in paragraph 70, that there has been challenges regarding the management of bad and or hijacked buildings within the city, and that seems to have had some sobering effect on how the city conducts its business. What is that you want to tell the Commissioner with that?
Chair, I think the first point is to acknowledge that in the efforts of enforcing bylaws, we of course had challenges in seeing the results that we want. But important is that we are continuously reviewing and revising the plans, as I demonstrated with some of the deployment areas. We are revising from a policy perspective, from a strategy, but also looking at financial resource allocation, including increasing the number of staff that we have, whether it's for bylaw enforcement. We are also accelerating, Chair, the resolution of the housing list, which we think will also contribute to reduce the burden. But the one area that we do not have control over is the in-migration from rural areas, from other African countries into the inner city. And that's something that, of course, with the support of National, that we are obviously tackling to make sure that we're able to reduce or at least minimize the in-migration into the urban cities for, of course, better opportunities. And I'm not sure that's something that we can ultimately 100% control, but we will look at how we deal with that. So the city is not sitting back, at least for the many years that I've been in the city, have been dedicated to ensuring that the city is better and that we improve on all our operational areas and aspects, irrespective where you are deployed. We do need to ensure that you do what you need to do, make the basics work, and then move to the next phase once you've, and of course, make sure that you sustain the actions and the activity that you put in.
All right. Mr. Makola, the elephant in the room is that you are an acting city manager. You started December, you said.
Yeah.
For how long will you be acting as a city manager?
Until the position is filled, Chair. I think the advert would be council approved now in Feb to advertise, so possibly another 3-4 months.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking that, Mr. Makola, is that yes, we have had the grand plans that you are saying you have been implementing since you took over as COO and as city manager. 3 months, 4 months down the line, you are no longer the city manager. So what assurance does the commission have that all these things that you're talking about, they won't be reversed and or abandoned by the future, hopefully not an acting city manager, but a permanent city manager?
Chair, I don't think that is possible. One, these are institutional policies and strategies that must be implemented for the long-term benefit of the city and its citizens. So I don't think a single individual can come in and change these plans. Of course, you have to go through council. Two is that, of course, my substantive position is that I'm the Chief Operations Officer, meaning I'm responsible for the implementation of these plans, and that's why I'm able to sort of talk to the plans and what we are doing. And my job in the main is to coordinate these activities across. And this also does not mean that the people that came before me were not doing their work. They were doing their work. Of course, there were challenges that needed to be looked at differently. As I said, my approach has always been we need to be more proactive as opposed to reacting to the situations that we find. And this is, of course, evident in all the departments that I've led. We've changed from being reactive in the fire department, where we focused on buying the fire trucks, we focused on education, we focused on compliance in terms of buildings, because we understand that that reduces the fire risk and the fire load in that regard, whether you go to Metrobus, the allocation of buses and MTC to deal with the infrastructure from a fiber perspective, so that we are then able to implement some of these programs. So the assurance I can provide to the commission is that as long as I'm still the Chief Operations Officer, as an individual, I will continue to do my work and encourage the team as well to do the same work. But I don't think it's possible that a single individual may change these plans, because they are embedded, as I said, in the growth and development strategy 2040 of the city, and there are clear outcomes, there are clear objectives, and I don't think those can be changed. You have to go through a whole council process to change any of these strategies that we do. What's important is the review from time to time as you implement and you find other challenges.
Okay. Which is why in paragraph 74, the last paragraph of your statement, you divorce yourself with the city. It is a city that reaffirms its commitment to this redevelopment. Am I correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Chairperson and Commissioner Mabena, this will be the end of the evidence in chief of
Yes. Mr. Makola.
Mr. Makola.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Sidumedi, for your evidence in chief. I think this would be an appropriate time to adjourn for the day, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Mr. Makola, you are reminded that you are still under your former oath.
Thank you, Chair. Noted.
We'll adjourn for the day. Thank you.